Welcome. Another episode of SandCity Sports. How you doing out there in television land? Let's go across. Let's go across the board to get ourselves organized here. Twitter is good. IG is looking good. I need to speak with the good people at Facebook. I need to talk with them to make sure. I thought that last episode I did good. Not even a possibility of, I thought I was doing all right. And next thing you know, Facebook they said what? They said what? You out of order. I said came through and you know what I mean clamped down on me. I didn't play any music. I didn't have any clips. Facebook was like you out of line. I said what? So we're not gonna have the Facebook tonight. For those of you in television land that may interact vis-a-vis the Facebook. But Twitter is good. Let's bring this because I got the two, right? And already we have things in Twitter that need to be delved into already. IG is good. YouTube is good. Twitch is good. I need to learn a little bit more about the Facebook side of it. So we're not going to do live on Facebook tonight, but I want to get back on Facebook, get that to where it needs to be. How you guys doing? Everybody out there good? Things in television land good? I hope so. You know what it is. We have to look at Team USA. We got Argentina and Egypt tomorrow. Switzerland and Colombia tomorrow. Really good matchups. Didn't have a great matchup tonight in terms of Team USA. We're going to dive into that. But some good matchups tomorrow. All right, Argentina, Egypt, Switzerland, and Colombia. Go ahead and check out the two Escobars, 30 for 30 gold. Okay. Won't be disappointed. Check out the two Escobars and delve in, whenever, going back to 94, the Colombian national team, outstanding. But we're gonna jump in. But before, again, we always like to start, with the human level. Your boy, the Cape Cod Kid, artist formerly known as Andre King. I'm doing all right. I'm going into my siesta season these summer months. So this is kind of right. It has a honeymoon type of a feel to it because this is the first. Right, I gotta check. I said what today's Monday, right? Yeah. Last Monday, I was in New Beige. It was the last day of the school year, which was an outstanding school year. Working at Betsy B. Winslow Elementary in the city of New Bedford, K-5 elementary school. So it was a good year, challenging year because that's the journey. It has to be challenging, right? But it was a good year. Thought to myself as I was going through. I worked the year previous at Keith Middle School, again in New Beige. Been with the Whalers the last 2 years. Proud of that. And one of the things that I saw when I first came into Keith that really was helpful for me, being in a new district, new environment, again, coming from the Cape, coming from Tourstown, is they had pictures of Frederick Douglass. I was like, wow, Frederick Douglass, that spoke to me because my senior quote, and this is for you guys out there. Chris, is Chris in the building? Salute, Chris. What's going on? Salute, jump in. You know what time it is. You always contribute. Notably to the show, so jump in. But you would remember this, Chris, as we're close in age. Higher learning, right? Higher learning, mid 90s, right? That think, get you to think. Movie, Lawrence Fishburne, in one of his powerful roles. Lawrence, he's one of our treasures in the roles that he played. Um, Shout out to John Singletary, excuse me. Shout out to Boys in the Hood, right? Oscar-winning film, first film for John Singletary. We lost John Singletary. We losing some of our greats, right? That's on my mind. We can't take anything for granted. Can't take our greats. Can't take our elders for granted. That's on my mind as I'm going through my different things in my life. I know we all go through our, you're going through your go through, right? We have back and forth with people, you know what I mean? And we kind of get in our feelings in a certain, and we have to process it because some of the things go back a lot of years. But you know what I mean? We have to respect our elders and appreciate our greats, right? So, Chris, hey, shout out, hey, there it is. Shout out to Remy, you know what I mean? John Singleton, appreciate that, right? Huge. The premiere in Los Angeles, and that's a classic. That was his first film. Correct me if I'm wrong. John Singleton is USC, right? USC Film School grad. One of my dear friends, Senor Alex Wells, who inspired me to do my passion project. Not having a background, right? I didn't have the patience. I didn't have the foresight. People encouraged me to be in the drama club when I was in high school. I was like, nah, I'm not doing it. Too cool for school. I was going to the NBA, all this other social drama that I was into, right? And people kept encouraging me, and I couldn't see it, and I wouldn't give it a chance. If I had just given it a week, my life would be different, and I just thank you, Mr. Sullivan, who encouraged me so much. Thank you to all the people that encouraged me to do it, to step out of my comfort zone and do something different and here I am now, right? And what is his connection to Boys in the Hood, which I'm getting to? What is his connection to Lawrence Fishburne and higher learning, which I'm getting to? It's that it would have done wonders for me had I and I look back, but I didn't have a background in production. I didn't know anything about this. I just knew that I wanted to, I had these ideas, and the conversation was so rich in the barbershop, and I wanted to take that richness of our conversations that we have in those communal settings, and I wanted to have a platform for it. And I want, you know what I mean? And but I didn't know anything about production, nothing, none of that stuff. And one of my dear friends, Senor Wells, who is a graduate of USC Film School, right? And I reached out to him. I want to do this. I don't really know much about it. I don't, you know what I mean? And I said, I don't really think that I can, because I don't have a background. He cut me off right there. He says, what do you think a filmmaker is? And I was like, well, you got to go to school. I said, stop right there. He wouldn't even let me get to my second sentence. He wouldn't even let me get a second sentence. And because I'm going through, he said, stop right there. He said, a filmmaker is a person who makes films. That's what a filmmaker is. A filmmaker is a person who makes films. Enlightenment. Just if you have the passion and desire to do this, you can do it. Start small, build it up. I've been doing it. It's almost, I'm getting, you know what I mean? I'm getting a little bit older here, folks. I'm aches and pains. I gotta sit down at times. I gotta take naps. The whole 9 yards. I gotta be more intentional about my health and my fitness. The whole 9 yards. It's a beautiful thing because I have perspective and I have, right. That's the good thing about getting older. Like, you have perspective. I can duck a couple of things, right? Where I used to go off the handle and argue and yell and scream and curse and throw fits. Now, no, I'm stepping back, right? So I move differently, which is much better. But I don't have the zest. I don't have that just natural fire that I had because I'm older now. So that's the other, I don't have the fire of my youth, but I have the perspective and the experience, right? So yeah, that's what I'm going through right now. Check in and let me know how y'all feeling out there. What you're going through. We are going to get to the intro. I know it's been 10 minutes. We're going to get to the, but I have to make this point. Chris bringing the good marinara and the connection. So my dear friend inspired me and encouraged me. A filmmaker is a person who makes films. If that's what I can share with you guys out there in television land who might have a passion project, you might be a musician, you might be sports related, you might have artistic, you know what I mean? Dive into it. Do your passion. Do your passion. We're going to get, into Brad Stevens. I credit Brad Stevens. We're going to dive deep into this because he stepped to the podium, and Brad is a real one on that. He's also a stunad. He's stunad. A stunad. You're stunad. Huh? Huh? What are you? I got to smack you in the back of your head. Okay? It doesn't excuse the idiocy of how he's been moving. Okay? By the beep, by the boop, you know what I mean? Stunada. Stunada is what he's doing. But you know what I mean? Brad, he stepped to the podium. He and the owner stepped to the podium and took questions. I rock with you, Brad, on that. I rock with Brad Stevens and how he's handling the disaster that they, Chisholm, Stevens have perpetuated. It's a disaster. Let's get that clear. We're going to get the art. Disaster of what's going on in Boston. No two ways about it. We, Titletown, had a dynasty. How would you react, people, if Jerry West traded Klay Thompson? What would be because that's the level of it. I know JT and JB never rocked together like Steph and Klay. They never, right? It was never that way. I get all that. And Jerry West, the first thing that Joe Lacob did when he took over for Golden State, first thing he did is bring in Jerry West as a special consultant, okay, who was just chilling on the golf course. I need you. Jerry West built just built the Lakers dynasty in the 80s, built the Lakers dynasty in the 2000s, right? You know what I mean? First thing Joe Lacob did, what does Phil Jackson do? He drafts Jeff Curry. I am going to get to my intro. I haven't forgotten that. And I'm going to make the point about John Singleton and higher learning. Haven't forgotten that. He drafts Jeff Curry. Monta Ellis. We might not remember this. Monta Ellis was the guy, right, from the 07 Warriors, the Believe Warriors. He was the last holdover from that team under the capable leadership for Don Nelson that smacked the Dallas Mavericks silly with a young coach, Avery Johnson. Okay, ran into a buzzsaw. Team got healthy at the right time. We had BD. We had Baron Davis. Okay, prime BD. We had Jason Richardson flying all over the place. We had Steven Jackson came in, from the Spurs, ready to do what we had Al Harrington, okay, at the 5. And then I think they started Beatrice. They started him. But then they threw Monta Ellis into the mix, the pride of Mississippi. And they would go with Al Harrington at the 5. And they was just running and gunning. And, you know what I mean? Like, we're not intimidated by you. You know what I mean? You don't want this smoke. They just mad dogged them, right? Remember the 07 and they had to take their lumps. And then Mark Cuban, a real owner, not like these private equity managers that we have. He looked at it because the Dallas Mavericks, they've been number 1 seed. They had Devin Harris, who went on to be an all-star for the New Jersey. Like, they were loaded. Jason Terry, Dirk, Finley was still in them. Like, they were loaded. But they said, we need to change the team composition. They traded Devin Harris for Jason Kidd because they needed leadership. They needed an adult, right? They needed an adult. They were young and reckless and wild and athletic, but they didn't have no adults in the room, right? And so Jason Kidd brought that maturity, just like he did to the Redeem team in 08, because Kobe and Bron was on different wavelengths. They needed a mediator. That's what J. Kidd did for them. And then, right, needed a mediator. And so that's why when the Dallas Mavericks went down 0-2 against the Miami Heat, again, young and reckless, young and free, Jason Kidd said, no, we going to stay together. We ain't going to beat ourselves. We ain't going to turn in, you know what I mean? And what did they do? They won 4 straight games and handled them, right? But so Monta Ellis was the holdover from that team, but we forget, folks, Monta Ellis felt some type of a way. And when Chef Curry came in, right, Chef Curry, not ranked in high school, right, wanted to go to Virginia Tech. They said, you can redshirt. We don't know about you. We don't know about your catapult shot. We don't know about, you don't have athleticism. No, we got all these athletes, that we're going to turn into basketball players. We're not going to take a basketball player and help him improve his athleticism. By the way, the live period is starting in 2 days for my young hoopers. We're going to be discussing the live period, jumping off in 2 days. Pete's Jam is going down, Under Armour circuit going down, Adidas circuit going down. We're going to be, so it's a very exciting time for the stars of tomorrow. Okay. Stars of Tomorrow. But when we get into this period, the live period, the recruit, right when it goes down, because I know you're paying all this money, families. I know you're traveling all over, spending all this type of money. I know people have promised you everything, the sun, the moon, the stars, and everything, you know what I mean? Because you play for their team and wear their laundry, it's all this stuff. All kind of shenanigans is going on in grassroots. It means nothing. I said what I said. It means nothing. Yeah, full stop, nothing. All the who's ranked here and who's got to get this NIL deal, and you can't talk to me a certain way or I'll leave your team, and all of this projecting and all of this selfishness, and you don't want to be team first, you don't want to do the little things. Everybody's got to be on your channel because you're guaranteed it means nothing. Yeah, nothing. Zero. Absolutely nothing. You're going to spend all the money. You're going to do all the, you know what I mean? You know it means something because, again, remember Chef Curry, who was not ranked. People told him, no. He wanted to go to Virginia Tech. No. We don't, you can redshirt. No, because you're not a real one, Steph. I mean, you're soft. You little suburb kid, you're soft. You're not a real one like these guys that we got. You're soft. Now wait, hold on. Soft. Not a point guard, not a shooting guard. He's a vanguard. Stole that from Jalen Rose. I cite my sources. Changed the game. But when he was going through the process, like the youths are going to be going through, you know what I mean? But just remember that, folks. Nobody, all that pomp and circumstance and stuff that goes on. It's on my mind. We're going to talk a little bit about the process and the Imani Bates of the world and the Chet Holmgrens of the world. We're going to talk about that because I guess it's on my mind. Right? And no, you know what I mean? But the Imani Bates path and the Chet Holmgren path. Right? You know who Chet Holmgren is today. You might have forgot who Imani Bates was. We're going to talk about it. When they was going through it, Imani Bates was the bright shining star. And Chet Holmgren, we don't know about him. Where are they now? We're going to talk about it. Okay? Folks, yeah. But what does this have to do? And I know we got to get to the intro. What does this have to do, folks? Monta Ellis looked at Steph Curry and gave him that same type of approach. Monta Ellis wasn't like, you know what I mean? Come on in, let's work together. He was like, I don't know if we can play together. Yeah, so we haven't forgotten this. When Steph Curry came in and he was played a different way, and he, you know what I mean? He's upbeat. And by the way, now that he's taken over the world, Steph Curry is still upbeat and spread love because he hasn't forgotten where he came from. That's why they were able to get 2 championships when Kevin Durant came to town, and he was able to get championships after Kevin Durant left because there was no my team, your team. It was like, hey, we all gonna eat. You coming in, you know what I mean? I'm taking a little bit less, but I'm getting it back in the end. So I'm not gonna make a big deal of this. Let's just collaborate and vibe, right? Dr. Dre has this same ability to bring, you know what I mean, in music. You know what I mean? Let's cut the side nonsense. By the way, you young people going on the AAU circuit that are going to be dealing with a lot of nonsense, a lot of ball hogging, a lot of attitudes, a lot of bad body language. A lot of that's going to go on during this recruiting period. And I don't mind telling you, again, you're going to have to deal with it. You traveled all these miles, you paid all this money. You know what coaches are looking for? Because then nobody cares who wins the games. By the way, a little just FYI. I know it's important to win the games. Real programs that prioritize and actually coach kids like Mocan Elite, right? That actually, of Trey Young and Michael Porter Jr. fame, and are actually going to hold teenagers accountable because you don't know your left foot from your right foot, and are actually going to give them things that will help them in their life and progression versus just putting them on a pedestal, backing up. This is a 13-year-old that doesn't know how to walk and chew gum at the bottom of, even though he's 6'8" and 240, he's a kid. We get caught up in all these are, you know what I mean? Minds not developed. Never mind the fact that boys mature a little bit slower. And this is just, boys mature, like your cognition is behind the girls. It's just a fact in terms of, right? But we treat them as if they've Einstein's theory of relativity. I know we got 20 minutes when we got to get to the intro, and we are going to get back to higher learning. But real programs that are going to coach you and hold you accountable and build the skills up in you for your long-term success, i.e. a real program like UConn, right? The Danny Hurley. Shire's also in this conversation, does a little bit differently, but you know what I mean? That are going to build you up to be ready. They're going to, but the rest of it, and the wildness that's going to go on, bad coaching. I know there's good coaching, but bad coaching, bad just team play, selfishness, vanity, all that stuff. all about you, and you just, you know what I mean, throw your tantrums. You don't play the game the right way. You blame everybody for everything. Nobody can say anything to you because you got a little bit of recognition, and we're gonna spend all this money and travel hundreds of miles for these little temper tantrums and this little prima donna nonsense. Yes, you are. But let me give you, you know, this is my view, and you can take it or leave it because but this is my view. You know what coaches are really looking for? How you respond to that adversity. How? Because the coaches know, you know, and they're dealing with it in the NIL. They know that it's the Wild West. How do you navigate through that adversity and continue to play hard, continue to play smart, continue to play together, even though that's not being validated, encouraged, reciprocated, whatever. But you are doing all those things consistently through all the noise and the nonsense. You will stick out like a, you know what I mean? That's the Midas touch. That's my suggestion for you guys going to this. Continue to do the right things consistently, you know, religiously. In that, the midst of that, you will stick out to coaches and raise and you know, and get on their radar. Is it going to guarantee? No, but you'll be that player, you know, because what matters is player efficiency. That's what your player efficiency. You could have 8 points on 5 shots, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, and a block. You impacted winning more than your teammate who scored 25 shots on 20, who scored 25 points on 23 shots with 3 rebounds, 1 assist, and 8 turnovers. But they can't wait for the highlight video to come out of, you know, the 7 shots that they made out of 25. They can't wait for the highlight reel to come out and go viral, you know, so people can see how well they played, even though they tanked their team. Right? But you, with your 8 points, 7 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 steals, 1 block on 5 shots. You know, you that non-ranked player who people don't sleep on, that Chef Curry. Yeah. That's how you raise your stock in the midst of the madness, as far as I'm concerned. Continue to play their game the right way, all the way, all right, and leaving the noise and the nonsense behind. Hopefully you get into a program and on a team that's actually structured that way, so you can, it doesn't matter if it's on the sneaker circuit or not, by the way. It doesn't matter if it's on the sneaker circuit or not, by the way. I said what I said. Yes, the sneaker circuit's going to get first dibs. They're not going to get last dibs. Donovan Clingan, he played on a non-sneaker team, a non-sneaker circuit team, by the way. Tyler Kolek, same things. Tyrese Halliburton, we can just go on and on. So it doesn't matter. Hopefully you get on a good team, good program that's going to do it the right way, that's going to validate these things and encourage them, and you can be on to your future success. Or you can, you know, get caught up in the vortex of grassroots basketball, go down to all the way, sink down to the bottom, mad at everybody, burn out from the game. You know what I mean? I hope it doesn't go that way for you. That's my hope. All right, we got to get to the intro. We got to get, yes, Chris, we're going to get to this press conference. Stu Nod. Brad Stevens, stupid. Okay, there's stupid money at the table. In terms of his decisions, respect that he went to the press conference. Okay, all the way back to the connection in terms of where I started, in terms of my slice of life. John Singleton, John Singleton might have done higher learning too. Gotta look this up. He might have. Speaking of the late great. He did. So there you go. You know what I mean? Frederick Douglass. Without struggle, there is no progress. That was my senior quote. And also a quick Frederick Douglass. If you, with the 4th of July, 250th anniversary, what does the 4th of July mean to the slave? One of his most famous speeches, which is utilized in Ken Burns' Civil War documentary. If you want a little bit of greatness, Ken Burns' Civil War documentary. You don't have to watch all 10 episodes like a history person like myself will love to do. That was actually a gift to me in my formative years, speaking of which. but in the first episode, that is paraphrased, read by Morgan Freeman. It's powerful. What does the 4th of July mean to the slave? So without struggle, there is no progress. I saw that in my first just getting to New Bedford 2 years ago, and that really touched my heart and really helped me so much in order to work in that district, a great district, over the last 2 years. So beautiful thing. But now the year is over. It's been a long year and a good year and a challenging year. But I'm in my siesta season, folks. So this first couple of days, it's like a honeymoon of just because, again, last week, school, so this is the first week off. So I don't want to take it for granted. I can't allow myself because I'll get lazy, folks. I get lazy quick. So I got to keep that hunger from the 9 to 5 grind during this time of rest and rejuvenation. But it's good. I'm able to do my passion project and things of that there nature. So we got a lot to get to. You know what I mean? Jump in, folks. You know what time it is here. You're welcome. If you want, if you're obliged, you know what it is. You know what it is. But let's go. Let's go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, to the business. I think us ones are business. This is important. We are back in the business for the investment story. No. Hey, what do you have to say? Where did you go to find your way to go? You know we don't just hey, we're gonna discuss soccer, Celtics hoops. Go. The disaster that we are that we're currently in the midst of, right, doesn't take away from that disaster. Okay, so we're gonna jump in with Team USA, then we're gonna go right over it. We're gonna come to the Celtics, and we might go back. We're going move back and forth. Chris, we're gonna get into that into the Celtics, right? But we have to start with Team USA, okay? All right. We're gonna start with Team USA, and then we're going over. All right. So let's go ahead and share. Sharing is caring. Is it too soon, Barstool? No, it's not too soon. It's not. It's not too soon at all. This is what, this is 1,000 words right here in terms of what happened, and I'm not going to allow for the convenient excuse that they didn't know better, right? That they didn't know, right? Because that's where this says Team USA, you got a little too big for your britches. Your adults would say that to you. They said it to me when I was a young warthog and just as opinionated in my formative years, my pint-sized years, as I am now, as a pseudo-adult. I was opinionated then, I'm opinionated now. Difference is now I can pay a couple of my own bills. Okay, I can support myself a little bit. You know what I mean? So when it come down to it, you know what I mean? You people just walk away from me, or but I can do. I'm gonna continue to have my opinions and have my platform, and because I can, I can do it. I can do this myself. So I do it. But when I was young, when you're young, you're dependent. People, you gotta shut the heck up because you're getting on people's nerves, and it is what it is. Okay, but Team USA tonight, too big for your britches. Okay, and right, there's levels to this. There's levels to this. Okay, and Team USA found himself in the same situation. Going back to 2014, where Brazil, host country. Remember the first time I saw the score, I thought it was a production error. Loses 7 goals. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5. 6-7 to 0 to Germany, the eventual champions, at home. Right? The stage was too big. Coworker of mine said this, always remembered, stuck with me. You have to be careful what you wish for, folks. Why is that? Why do we need to be careful what we wish for? Because you might get it. Be careful because you might get it. Now what? Now the responsibility is on you. Okay? People that are married, people that have successful businesses, people that have had any sort of success. Okay, well, let's go all the way back to the notorious B.I.G. Whatever it is, whether it's a relationship, whether it's a career achievement, okay, whether it's a personal achievement. Okay, more money, more problems. In our mind, once we have that thing that we're searching for, reaching for, everything is just gonna, right, clear out. Society's problems, troubles, ills are gonna be to the side, and we're just gonna glide in this euphoric lane, even though we know that life is fleeting and chaotic and all the rest of that, right? But in our minds, once we have that thing that we're reaching for, once we get it, all other things are going to come into line. Okay, I know that's a youthful perspective, and as you get older, that we don't think that as like that way as much. But the thing that you are striving for in those achievements, am I saying that you shouldn't strive for them? No, I'm not saying you shouldn't strive for them. I'm saying that you should go for the gusto, but you get it. You have that moment of thankfulness, gratitude, transcendence, whatever the case may be, and then life goes on, and you have to, you have more that you have to be accountable for, right? And right, you'd rather have those prized possessions and work for them and maintain them, than be on the outskirts. That's my view. Okay, but you got to be careful for what you wish for because you might get it. And Team USA, they got what they wished for. They had the home field. They had a strong team. All right. They had an opportunity to really make some noise. Right. But you know what you also get? Okay. I'm a Sopranos guy, right? Watching that. I go back to my Sopranos and my Wire episodes, my Treme episodes. Okay. What you also get, I remember Tony saying, what did you also inherit? Along with the money and the success, you inherited family responsibility that some of his other siblings, breezed out on. So Team USA, now you got expectations. You got expectations, Team USA. People are, right? And that's a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged sword. And what we saw tonight, the new kids on the block, not ready for the expectations. Talking about it, how, and this is, again, you see a lot of this in youth sports. I was this way, my nose in everybody else's business. A lot to say about everybody else and what they got and what they had and what they didn't deserve and the politics. I had my nose a lot in other people's business. So much so, and those things might or might not have been true. Some of them were true, some of them might not, but that shouldn't have been my focus. I should have just continued to grind in anonymity. That's what I should have done. Continue to grind in the shadows, alone, to be ready for my moment. That's what I should have done. What is luck? Preparation meets opportunity. Was Belgian team lucky tonight? Yeah, they was lucky. They was real lucky. Okay, they was really, really lucky. Because they weren't prepared. They were over prepared. Okay? This Belgian team. Right? And what was Team USA? Shout out to Barstool. This is Team USA right here. This. And I've been loving the World Cup. You know, we do need to talk about the things that went on beyond the match because we've almost forgotten about them just based on how they got mollywopped, right? Okay? But this is how Team USA looked. And, you know, I know Belgium's ranked 9th, USA is ranked 17th. They did not even begin to put their best foot forward in this match. Not even beginning to be close. Okay? Not even beginning to be close. And that is usurps, right? It's not that you win or lose, okay? It's how you win or lose. Okay? I'm not so much concerned that you won or lost. I mean, I'm concerned, right? Because that's the bottom line. We could do the Monday morning quarterbacking and all the rest of that stuff, right? You know that that's what we're doing. We're doing the Monday morning quarterback. Okay? Even though it's still, you know, it's still fresh. Not that you win or lose, it's how you win or lose. And this was embarrassing. It's yes, I know that you lost, but you didn't go down with the ship. You didn't go down swinging. Team USA, you got flat out, unequivocally, undeniably embarrassed. Okay? All right? Which leads into the next point. We say this and we see this. Shout out to the Diet Pepsi logo, right? Awesome 80s that we see here. Everybody has a plan until you get punched in the mouth. Mike Tyson, he's had his ups, he's had his downs. I'm proud of him in terms of where he's gotten. Wow. Wow. Aunt Doris checking in on IG. I really appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. I really appreciate the people that check in with me. You know what I mean? For a couple minutes here and there, right? On my passion project. Means a lot. Okay? Means a lot. Fortunate Aunt Doris. Cabo Verde, you know? Cape Verde did so well in the World Cup. So that just amazing in and of itself. Putting small island nation on the world stage, something, you know, again, Cape, you know, but to share the tradition with the world, it just means, you know, and you can see how excited people are about that. But my Aunt Doris, first generation, my great Aunt Doris, first generation in this country, you know, my great uncle, I don't know what, you know, Manuel, my grandmother's father, Manuel, first generation, you know, from Cabo Verde. And that's been one of the cool things of being in New Beige, in New Bedford, you know, and it's also true on the Cape. A lot of people, you have a lot of the students are first generation, and the families, you know, they go back and forth, you know, so they go to Cape Verde and they come on back, you know. So that's really cool as well. All right, back to everybody has a plan, folks, until you get punched in the mouth, right? That's a good life lesson, clearly. Again, you know, you think about, and that's important for me when I think about, you know, oh, so-and-so was so hard on me, or so-and-so didn't give me the, you know what I mean? They didn't encourage me. They didn't support me, yada, yada, yada. And yeah, different people are going to have different approaches. But you know something, that tough love and those tough examples, you know, you look back and you're like, you know something, that prepared me for the real world, where you're gonna get you getting haymakers thrown every single day at you. Every day, something, you know what I mean? You getting punches, whatever the case may be. Whether you're striving for success, whether you've achieved success, whether you're past your success and in your retirement, you got, you know what I mean? Life is hitting you with different things, as you well know, every single day. So those folks that had a, you know what I mean, that wasn't encouraging or wasn't, you know, all sentimental, but they gave you that tough love, that's what they were preparing you for. Everybody has a plan till they get punched in the mouth. Team USA couldn't handle the punches tonight. All right. And it was pathetic. Eye test. I'm just watching this game. They started off jittery. Whereas Belgium was like, you know what I mean, started off, you know, like a team in a foreign country that was beset and besieged. Belgium began this game like they're playing for their life. USA began this game like a deer in the headlights. The moment, whereas it should have been, because these things only come around once in a lifetime, and you have to seize the moment. Home stadium, crowd. I mean, you got to just take hold of all that energy and momentum and charge out. You got to charge. You got to get off to a fast start. Okay? Because when you don't, or never mind that, I mean, you could be the tortoise if you want, but if that has to be, you have to have that in your mind. There was a gentleman who won this Australian ultra marathon. Gentleman won the Australian ultra marathon. He was a 60-year-old farmer. I believe he was in his 60s. Well, now that I said it, I have to get this guy's name right. Cliff Young. Google knows exactly who I'm talking about. Okay? Potato farmer. Won this Australian ultra marathon by hours. Let me just, family reached out, let them quickly know. Doing the pod, right? Get Cliff Young up. And I know we live, but still gotta, let the family know what the deal is. Right? We're gonna get Cliff Young up after this, with Mike Tyson, right? Everybody got the plan until you get punched in the mouth. Team USA, they started jittery and unsure of themselves in the moment. No. You got to slap yourself on the face and get in the game. Wake up. Okay? And it's, I mean, because the unforced errors, let me clean up my speech here. Clean up my pronunciation. Have some quality over quantity. Okay. They didn't punch first. And they didn't have, right? Because again, this is what boxers will tell you, and people in any, I can't stand somebody. I'm gonna, you know what I mean? People, I'm gonna knock this person out. I'm gonna take it to him. Trained fighters be like, all right, that's all good and well. But you do realize fighting is about taking punches as much as it is landing punches. You got to take some punches. You talk about Mike Tyson, his neck was like his neck was huge. Lennox Lewis talks about this. He did all the stretch, you know what I mean, to be able to take a punch. Lennox Lewis, like, he hit this man, like hit him with a good shot. But he had done he could absorb power punches. You're going to be a real champion, Muhammad Ali, Larry Holmes, Joe Frazier, George. You're going to be a champion. You're taking power punches as much as you are delivering them. Team USA didn't punch first, and then they got stumbled early. And then it went from early, they got stumbled early and often. Okay? So that's twofold in terms of the critique of Team USA. Not only did you not punch first, not only did you not, maintain yourself when power punches were landed, but along with that, I didn't see a strategy. I didn't see a long game. Who the heck is this, by the way, and how does this have to really? This is Cliff Young, folks. Cliff Young is that potato farmer who won an ultra marathon in Australia. I believe the race is like 240 miles. These ultra marathons. Okay? These people who keep pushing themselves and pushing themselves and pushing themselves and break, achieve goals and set new goals and keep going and going and going and going. Right? Kind of like people who were not ranked when they were, coming out of high school, right? Those not ranked folks when they were coming out of high school, going on to their future success. Those people. Gonna get that graphic up for you on the screen, folks. But Cliff Young here, potato farmer, wins this 240-mile ultra marathon in Australia against all these other elite, these guys are just, and that's another cool thing about the World Cup. All these guys are in tremendous shape. Every single last player on the field is in absolutely tip-top shape, which is cool to see. And he ran circles around all those folks as a potato farmer, watching over his flock by night. Principal reason why? He ran for 5-6 days. He didn't go to sleep. He just ran straight for however long, 3, 4, 5 days, whatever it took. He did not sleep. So his pace was far slower, but he just ran consistently for 4 or 5 days and won by, hours. Afterwards, they asked him, incredible feat, world-renowned story. They asked him about it, and it's almost like a Sir Edmund Hillary type of response. Sir Edmund Hillary, first person to climb Mount Everest. Why did you climb Mount Everest? Because it was there. Right? True greatness speaks for itself. Why did you climb Mount Everest? Because it was there. Yeah, Cliff Young, so how did you, go about and, you didn't sleep for all these days? He said, I didn't know you could sleep during ultras. I didn't know these. I didn't know you could sleep during ultras. That just wasn't in the realm of possibility for me. So he didn't. And he won huge. What does this have to do with Team USA, folks? If you weren't going to charge out of the gates and slap Belgium silly and galvanize the crowd and you rely on that momentum. If you weren't going to do that, which, by the way, that turned into the other side of the double-edged sword, because now that crowd silence is deafening and weighs on you like a large rock. When you are supposed to be performing and the crowd's supposed to be jubilant, but they're silent, and they're silent because you're underachieving, then that becomes the snowball effect, which it was for Team USA. Whereas that silence should have galvanized them. Yes, you're letting people down. You need to now not cower and, look, okay, I'm blaming this person, blaming that person, so on and forth. Easy for me to say here in television land while I'm not in the arena. But when things are, then you just got to go for broke, and try to be that spark that can get things going in the other direction. All right. But you don't seize the moment. Now people are looking at you cross with the side eye. You go from being the hero to the zero, and now you have to navigate that new reality, and find a way. Okay, connection to Cliff Young here. Like Team USA, like if you weren't going to come out guns a-blazing, swinging. Okay, so where is the strategy for the long game? Right, the Cliff Young or the Chef Curry or those people that do their work in anonymity behind the scene, like a lot of the folks that are shining bright. Heeland, the gentleman for Norway who's out there, got some clips for him in Slice of Life, right? Who the heck is this guy? He's somebody who's prepared. He's real lucky. Yeah, Heelan is real lucky. He's real prepared. Where has he been for the last 4 years? Preparing. Now you look, oh my goodness, it's remarkable. And because he's been preparing for years for this moment. We've been doing this, we've been doing that, we've been talking about this, and he's been preparing for this moment, for this tournament. Okay? Right? They say the same thing about, and I get them mixed up. Jack Nicklaus. Jack Nicklaus is the golfer. Jack Nicholson is the actor. Yes. Nicholas, golfer. Nicholson, actor. I get those guys mixed up. Yeah, Jack wouldn't play in a lot of tournaments. The Golden Bear, 18 made. He wouldn't. He would prepare for the big tournaments. No, I'm not taking that appearance fee. Nope, I got to work. No. I'm gearing up for these 4 majors. I'm going to put my best foot forward in these 4 majors. But I don't care what, you know what I mean? You doing you, I'm doing me. But the appearance fee and the good game needs you. What the game needs is winners. Okay? So I win these majors, the game will be good. Okay? Rather than you want me to go to Podunk here and out in the way there and go to, this high, you know what I mean? And all these appearances. No. I win majors. That's going to grow the game. He turned out to be right. He wasn't messing around with the little ones. He was gearing, or whatever. He was just always gearing up for the majors. And he wouldn't come off of that routine and regimen. So that was absolutely lacking tonight as well for Team USA. Right? They didn't punch first, and they didn't maintain themselves in adversity, and they didn't seem to have a long game, like a strategy to prepare themselves. Okay? All right? So we'll take a look quickly, and then we'll go, because, it's just so bad. We do need to also tie in before we need to take a look at the political side of it that played a factor as we get the art. But yeah, right, as we get the new art ready for the next graphic. Okay? You don't necessarily have to be the one punch knockout, right? You can play the long game. You can play the Cliff Young game. Here, folks. Okay? Unfortunately, we saw neither. And that's how you get 4-1. And again, there's a connection to the youth sports. It's another thing that sticks out to me. It sticks out to me like a sore thumb as I get ready, as we go into the live period. Right? When I check the box scores, which I'll be doing for these grassroots tournaments, and when I see a team loses by 30 or they get beat by 40, okay, I know that you gave the opposition 20 points. You gave away 20 points, right? To the opposition. Shout out to Cliff Young. Shout out to those, right? Easy to say here from, right, the comfort. Oh, it's not comfort. I mean, it is comfortable, what I'm trying to say. But, this, my passion project, you got to do the setup and you got to do certain things to be able to do this. Anybody that does any, you have your pre-production, you have your production, which this is, then we have the post-production, making a clip, so on and forth. So there's work that goes into every part of it. Okay. A gentleman, one of my classmates who was inducted into our local Hall of Fame during the last class, he said something that really resonated in his speech. He said, never underestimate how hard it is to make things look easy. Never underestimate how hard it is to make things look easy. Okay. That will to prepare. That will to prepare. What Coach K talks about. Coach K's been on my mind recently, some of his, the things he says, I don't look at myself as a basketball coach. I look at myself as a leader who happens to coach basketball. That was helpful for me recently. All right. So this is the 1,000 words in terms of, right, what went down tonight. This is the picture that's worth 1,000 words. See it clearly. We have some pictures that have been taken recently in our civic life, that are worth 1,000 words and could be winning Pulitzer Prizes in terms of the 4th of July events that happen in this country, right? Pictures worth 1,000 words. But to begin with, giving credit where credit is due, you see these guys came in with the eye of the tiger. These Belgians came through with the eye of the tiger, folks. They wasn't playing no games. They wasn't having it. And certainly, yes, indeed. Okay. These Belgians, they some serious business. Saw a quick current event over there. I'll go back to it. But, they punch first. They punched often, which you would expect in a match of this magnitude. Okay, this is the highest level. Again, people that achieve things, hard things. If it wasn't hard, everybody would do it. The hard is what makes it great. Had Jimmy Dugan on my mind today. I don't know about you guys out there in television land. I was thinking about Jimmy Dugan and those statements. Shout out to Penny Marshall. Hey, what's up? I appreciate JP on the IG. Quick aside, folks, you can jump in the comments if you want. I do appreciate those that have taken the time to check in with me briefly. You go ahead and jump into the comments. If you have any takes, I do appreciate you, JP, on the IG check-in. Appreciate that. And all those out there in television land, YouTube, you know what time it is. Jumping in, you know what I mean? We here. We doing this. So get involved. All right? Belgians had the eye of the tiger. Belgians was about that life. Belgians had a chip on their shoulder, something to prove, felt some type of a way, the whole 9 yards. All right? And again, connection to a league of their own. Shout out to Penny Marshall. We are the members of the All-American League. We come from cities near and far. We got Canadians, Irish ones, and Swedes. We're all for one. We're one for all. We're all American. Shout out to a league of their own. Classic. Right? Thinking of a number of things with a league of their own. Well, if it wasn't hard, everybody would do it. If it wasn't hard, everybody would do it. The hard is what makes it great. That was in one of the talks when I was in summer camp, when I was a young person in summer camp, that my family allowed for me to participate in, right? That I remember, sticks with me to this day. U.S.A, you're in the upper elevations. It's supposed to be hard. I'm not so much concerned that Belgium came out and socked you. What I'm concerned is this body language, these faces. This, I don't know what to do. Okay? Get out there and make it happen is what you need to do. Somebody get out there and make some plays. And stop pointing. It's not about no. You need to make the play. Be the spark. Something. I don't care about Pulisic getting hurt. I don't care about Balogun being suspended in NBA. Somebody got to make a play. Again, my hoopers out there going into the make a play, a winning play. Start from there. Rather than getting on, the pity party patrol, poking your lip out, worrying about this person, that person, the third person. Okay, and going with the flow, which is opposed to what you're trying to achieve. Okay? Belgians, eye test. They were just, never mind, they controlled the ball. Then USA makes boneheaded mistakes that allow the first goal, boneheaded mistake. And then you go back and watch it. Like, guys weren't even competing on that play. You gave the ball away in your own box. Okay, in your own defensive area, whatever you want to call it. You gave the ball away. The guy makes the one pass, and he makes a through pass, and you don't even the through pass, guys just watch the ball go through. Somebody make a play on that ball. And I'm watching soccer, and it's cool how the guys will walk and then they'll run, and then because everybody I have my man and my coverage, yada yada yada. I get all of that, but then you're also it's a live ball. I understand pacing yourself, but sometimes when you see the first goal, the through pass comes, and the guy's like, "Oh, that's not my responsibility." He watched the ball go past him. He didn't even lunge to try to deflect it. He's out there, well, I'm in my lane, so I'm good. And then the ball goes right past you. It's like, well, I'm guarding my defender in basketball. I you know what I mean? Then, put a hand up as a hand in the passing lane. No, you're not. You got the ball and the man you're responsible for, as we say in hoops. And I'm sure it's the same in soccer. You have the man, you have the ball. You're responsible for both. I'm seeing, well, I got my man. It's not on me. Okay? No. Y'all shooketh. Y'all on that shooketh is what is on you. That might not be your responsibility, okay, but shooketh. Okay? That's how that's your MO. Okay, that's how you're getting down. Okay? That's my principle. And you had opportunity, you know what I mean? And this is one of the things that where sports is kind of like life. when we get in bad moods or in bad ways, and we and bad cycles of thinking, we just think, isn't that happen when you just get angry about something? This is me, at least. And I was like, all right, I'm done with this. I'm done with whatever. And then as soon as you say you're done, then an opportunity will come up. Then another opportunity will come. But you done already made your mind up, which is a dangerous thing. Something you got to be, especially when, you know what I mean? But you got to be, but I made my mind up. I'm done. And then as soon as you say that, isn't it crazy how this opportunity and that opportunity, all these opportunities will come out of nowhere. When you was receptive to the opportunities, you couldn't get an opportunity. Then all of a sudden you said, no, I'm done. Now you got 3 or 4 opportunities once you've already made your mind up. That's how life goes sometimes. Point of fact is, U.S.A., you give up a goal, boneheaded. Then you score an equalizing goal, exuberant. 60-second, a minute, you give up another goal, boneheaded. Now things are starting to pile up one after another. I get that. All right, same time, folks, you still have an entire half of the match to play. So even though you continue to add insult to injury, you got to get back in the saddle. It's clear it's going to be an ugly match. It's going to be an ugly match. One thing I say to myself sometimes is, this is going to be a second half day. I'm not off to a good start. It's just not, you know what I mean? Whether it's didn't sleep right, didn't sleep well. I wake up. I'm not a great morning person. I wake up. I'm not in a good mood. Then all of a sudden, all this negativity comes into my mind on top of the mood that I'm in, and I start, then I got to deconstruct. No, I can't blame this person for this. This person, you know what I mean? I can't blame society. I'm just not in a good mood. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling whatever. Maybe might not be feeling validated, appreciated, loved, whatever the case may be. And it all, comes when you're starting, right? That's why with David Goggins, and we'll get to David Goggins and the different days of the week. David Goggins, one of his great quotes: "Win the morning, win the day. Win the morning, win the day. Win the morning, win the day." So true with me. Okay. But if it's a struggling morning and a back and forth, and I'm, you know what I mean? All right. I say to myself, all right, it's going to be a second half day. I'm taking my lumps now. I'm remembering, I'm storing it away, that I'm taking my lumps early. I'm not forgetting that. But I'm like, okay, I can't do this. I can't do that. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But I'm going to get this back later on. I'm taking my lumps to start with, but I'm going to get it back later on. Okay? And that's what Team USA had the opportunity to do, and they didn't do it. All the boneheaded plays and mistakes. It's only 2-1 at the half. All you need is an equalizer, and we have a new game. Never mind, you can win it in regulation, but as soon as you get that equalizer, it's a new game. All right? A dear friend of mine is a huge Portugal fan. I know the Portugal fandom is going through it today. Going through it, right? It's tough. It's tough right now. But you're in a better place to be going through the pain that you are than as if you had not tried whatsoever. Okay? The credit always goes to the man, the woman, the person in the arena. The credit belongs to the people in the arena, right? Not those cold and distant, that know neither victory nor defeat. We're going to get that for you on the screen, folks. We're going to get that graphic for you. The credit belongs to the person in the arena. The United States had the chance to get, and they played worse in the second half than they did in the first. All right. So those are my principal critiques, right? No punch. You didn't punch first, and you had no resilience taking a punch. And then, summarily, they were who we thought they were. right? Anybody can be an underdog. There's few requirements for being an underdog. You just have to be someone that's not favored. And the reason you're underdog, there's reasons that you're an underdog. You don't have certain competencies. If you had certain competencies, people would gravitate. They'll gravitate. Maybe because of Adam Smith, people work in their own self-interest, survival instinct. Maybe because they want to share and show appreciation, whatever the case may be. If you got it going on, people are going to be around you. If you don't got it going on, you're probably not going to be rocking with folks. So you're an underdog for a reason. Okay? That can be a spark, a few yes, people sleeping on you. Yeah, they're sleeping on you. Saw a good Kobe graphic. Get that on the screen. A lot of things I got to get on the screen. We're going to be in here, baby. Passion Project is going down. It's a beautiful thing. Come in and share some community. It's going down tonight. But one of Kobe's 10 principles, prove them wrong. Yeah, they sleeping on you. And what? Right? Fat Man Scoop, Crook LaClan, Timberland, the Fat Man the Scoop, Crook. See, I want to play that clip. That's why I don't have the Facebook on. Because I didn't even play no clips last episode, and Facebook, they hit me with the shadow ban, folks. I know what to do. Out of nowhere. And I didn't even play any clips. Facebook, and when they hit me, they took all my accounts out. So I ain't messing with Facebook right now. I was like, what did I do? I just had the screen, like I didn't have anything else. And Facebook put, so that's why I got it out. But I want to get my Facebook back up. But I have to, because they took down everything. Man. You know what I mean? But so I'm just gonna, you know what I mean? The Fat Man Scoop, Crook LaClan, Timberland. I say whatever I say, y'all. You know what I mean? That hype. Team USA never got hype. Didn't punch first. You couldn't take a punch. And then you got exposed. Right? Easy to be the underdog. It's easy. Easy. Now, when you got expectations, what's good now? No, you're expected to do this. Right? This is one of the things Michael Jordan talks about. Not in terms of being an underdog, but in terms of being, for many years, one of the most recognizable faces on the planet. He said, you want to be me for 6 minutes. You want to be me for 6 hours. You want to be me for 6 days. You wouldn't want to be me for 6 months. You wouldn't. Okay? I can't go to the bodega. I can't go to the convenience store. I can't go to the corner store. I can't go to the mall. Okay? Or if I do, I need a battalion, right? When you're that, your normal movements, now, of course, there's perks and there's money and stuff like that, but you know what I mean? The anonymity is a privilege that, once you're that famous. I just want to be a regular. No, you can't. You can't. People are going to look at you, they need autographs, it's a big deal for them. You can't just blend in and just, be a member of the faceless masses. Can't do it. So that's a responsibility, right? USA was not ready for the responsibility of having expectations. That's, and that's, you know what I mean? You got exposed, right? You in that Tom Cruise. All right, a few good men. I want the truth. Jack Nick, you can't handle the truth. You can't handle the truth. You feel me? Two great scenes in our cinematic history. That Tom Cruise and Jack Nicholson, Few Good Men, and then Good Will Hunting. Robin Williams and Matt Damon. By the way, there's a Robin Williams tribute that's going to be here right in the Cape and Islands at the Hyannis Arts Hall on Saturday, which local plug. Check that out. Huge Robin Williams fan. He's been, you look up, he's been gone for some years. It's one of my things that sometimes I don't, you know what I mean? Whether it be people that I know where I've experienced loss or people that you admire where you experience loss. Kind of one of my coping mechanisms, and I'm not saying it's the best coping mechanism, and obviously you think about them and they're on your mind a lot, but because they're on your mind so much, the reality is sometimes a little bit jaded, right? Because you're thinking of, it's like, and so that's, Robin Williams, huge fan of his. Good Will Hunting, one of my favorite movies of all time, resonates with me, right? I look at you, Will. I don't see a strong, confident man. I see a cocky, scared, edited version kid. Then something occurred to me. I fell into a deep sleep, and I haven't thought about you since. You know what occurred to me? You're just a kid. What do you say next? It's all right. It's all right. It's all right that you're youthful. But Will did not handle, he had previous issues, of course. He didn't handle his youthfulness and inexperience the right way. He projected himself out because of that insecurity, which created additional problems. You're just a kid. You've never been out of Boston. We'll get that graphic on the screen. So that's what we're Team USA is in there, Good Will Hunting. They're kids. I said what I said on the world stage. Okay? I'm not going to call them a child. All right, but they're a kid. They're not full-blown adults on the international stage. Period. 10 toes down on that. All right, and we go into 2030 now if we want to change that. Okay, we're going to discuss the things that went on in the political sphere that, played a factor in this. Because, I would have preferred for Balogun not to have been out there. He got the red card. That's the way FIFA gets down. FIFA, this has been a tremendous tournament. It has lifted my sales, so many other people's sales. The ratings are off the charts. People are digging it. Different cultures, different, are unifying behind sports. Is sports the number one unifying thing? No. Do we need to connect on deeper human levels? Yes. But does it give us a glimpse of what could be? Yes, it does. And it's beautiful. It's not everything, but it's something. Okay? And it's to be appreciated. All right? All right. And that's what this World Cup has been. It's been awesome. And those things that, divide and anger and frustrate us, the political things, the social things, the cultural things have been on the periphery until recently. Okay? And that is my principal issue. Did I want Balogun to play? Yes. Did I feel that it was worthy of him being suspended? No. But not coming from the soccer tradition, admittedly. If this is the rules in the sport, and I'm a visitor, then this is the rules. Okay? And so FIFA, comparable to baseball, baseball needed to get their, ABS system in order. The automated ball strike system is tremendous. No, baseball should not, and hopefully will not ever go to robot umpires. But having the challenge, it adds surplus value to the game. All right. seeing some news, right? Some not so good news, people acting up. Okay. The automated ball strike system in baseball adds surplus value to the game. The pitch clock adds surplus value to the game. Major League Baseball, I know we're going through some tough negotiations. I hope that we don't have a lockout. Right? The challenge in tennis. So much great sports going on. I had to look up. Wimbledon is happening. What's going on? Madison Keys got eliminated in the fourth round. Fourth round? What the heck? It's the second week of Wimbledon. I got to lock in. But the challenge in tennis, awesome. Where you can challenge plays. We can go to the video review. We get it right. Awesome. I'll think of some other adjectives in a second. But FIFA, you got to get this red card situation straightened out. Got to get rid of the gray area. Either you're out, period, or what I think, it should be a flagrant 1 and a flagrant 2. That's what FIFA should do. A flagrant 1, you're out for the game, and then you review it. Does it bump up to a flagrant 2? We go, and you can get it right. Balogun should not have missed another game. People are talking about Messi did a similar thing. There was no card at all. Okay, FIFA, get a red card 1, red card 2 going on for the next World Cup, and this is all done. It's all done, right? Can move past this. Okay, this picture 1,000 words. It just sums it up in a nutshell. Belgian, eye of the tiger. Team USA, deer in the headlights. All right, period. End of story. I took that graphic down a little bit early. Okay, so now we have to go to right. And we're going to move over to the Celtics. I know we are an hour and change into this. No end in sight. SandCity, by for the fans. We're making it do what it do, folks. It's a beautiful thing. We making it do what it do. Come on in. Share community. Mi casa, su casa. But we in there, man. Okay. All right. And so, the political angle of this match and then the World Cup in general, right? Where, okay, FIFA president, Balogun, red card, suspended. He was out. Now it's just the bottom line, right? And then, you know what I mean? Was it a... My bad here. Hey, man. My bad, Chris. This is a production issue that I just became, right? Chris has been contributing over here. And I've been slacking on my news feed here. All right. So we gotta talk about a couple things. So hold on. What we're gonna say is we're gonna come back here for the narrative, and then we're gonna move forward. But yes, my bad on this poor production. They got destroyed. All right. didn't put their best foot forward. This individual, Lukaku, how do I pronounce that? Let me familiarize myself with this individual. Was that the gentleman that seems to be okay? Yeah, the gentleman that came in at the end. Gentleman that came in at the end and rained it down. Yeah, Belgium, they got dudes. Belgium has dudes. We saw this. Lukaku. Right? They got people, man. And so my bad, poor production. Chris came through. Number of comments. Won't make that mistake again in terms of having the right screen up over here. My bad on that. You make a mistake, just admit it and get back to the business. Get back to your business. And so, right? Another picture that really just sums things up. Right? There's a monster out there. You understand? I didn't feel, I felt that the second half goals were insult to injury. That's me. He's a good player. I just Belgium. They got Team USA on the run. They kept them on the run. Things we talk about, that momentum. They weren't satisfied with the little 1 goal lead. No, we're gonna get hungry. We're gonna get more aggressive. Okay, just checking. Folks in the fantasy, they're talking. This and that and the third. Good convo, right? All right. Lukaku, Belgium. I mean, throwing them bowls, folks. They came out swinging for the fences, throwing haymakers. You know what I mean? And that's my principal and seminal issue with this. Not that you lose, it's how you lose. How you lose, man. Team USA, go down swinging. If yes, it's embarrassing, exposed. But if you want to be at the big boy table, you want the respect on your name, you got to earn it. I think if USA lost in extra, the period, or they lost in PKs, or they lost, 2-1 or 3-2 in regulation. They lost like Portugal lost down the stretch, heartbreaking. So close to extra time. No golden goal in extra time. So you got time. You got an extra 30 minutes to get it right, to at least be tied, to give yourself a chance going into PKs. Who knows what's going to happen in PKs? Germany missed 3 PKs. Right? Didn't Holland miss 3 PKs? All right, got to double check this. Holland did not miss 3 PKs. All right. Holland is Norway. Who lost to Morocco? What European team lost to Morocco? I'll have to get that back up. All right. USA, go down. You know what I mean? Got 4 years. We need, we can't have these embarrassing losses. You can be an upstart team. Yes, have had disasters, missing the World Cup entirely in 2018, right? You got to go from being the underdog, right, to having some expectations and living up to those expectations, right? Live up to the expectations. Go down swinging. That's the next step in Team USA's development. All right. Okay, so the geopolitical component of this, which, you look at it, how the cookies crumbled. Okay, this news story could last one cycle. It seems that it will last one cycle, and it's over. All right, it's not a good thing that Team USA is out of the tournament. It is a good thing that this narrative and this diversion is stopped, right? You go down a side street, okay, right? It's not where you need to be, okay? Turn around, come back, get back onto the main road and get on your journey, right? So let's be clear. I'm not saying it's a positive that Team USA lost in embarrassing fashion. I am saying that it is a positive that the geopolitical component of this World Cup is now in the periphery and hopefully done for. Okay? Right? You might have seen the memes, seen a number of them. The World Cup shows us what people would be like if it wasn't for their leaders, right? Inspiring and encouraging stuff, what the world could be like, right? It gives us a glimpse, right? At the end of the day, as a history teacher and a history person, all right, talk about the human condition and the struggles of humanity. I'm not going to go too deep, but right, the leaders deserve a part of the blame in terms of why we are where we're at. And then there's also an individual component. There's individual accountability in terms of how we live. All right. So I'll just leave it at that. But that meme, that did resonate. The World Cup shows us what's possible. Right. And then we have to get up and live up to those ideals individually. And then we have to put people in positions of power that are also inclined to support the better virtues of the human condition, I'll say. Okay? Or a virtue is something that is aspirational, right? We need to put people in power that lean into the virtues of the human condition rather than the vices. Right? Okay. So Balogun was out. Then he's back in. It was suspicious from the outset. And then the president of the United States, Donald Trump, spoke to it. He spoke to it. Yes, I did reach out and make a call. He didn't have to speak to it. We could have been wondering, guessing. He spoke to it. He reached out. He made a call. So that was factored in. And the next thing you know, a player that was out is now back into the mix. All right. Look. I can appreciate that the President of the United States supports Team USA during the World Cup. I can appreciate that. He's a fan of sports. Been a fan of sports for many years. He's invested in sports. He goes to sporting outlets. He's had sporting outlets at the White House. He's had sporting events, at the White House. All right. I did not feel that we needed to have a UFC event on the lawn of the White House. That was a bridge too far for me. It happened. People supported it. I didn't feel that it was necessary. You can be on either side of that. It's up to you. Okay, but the fact that the president is a fan, is a sports person, I think is a good thing. Goes to games. All right, wonderful. To interject as the president of the United States. We don't know. We know that a call was made, a conversation was had. Okay, we don't know the extent. And that's something that I think does need to play out here. He said he made a call, but we don't know the parameters of the conversation. He could have made a call like, "Hey, I follow sports. I saw this happen. Can you give me some clarity on this?" That call, while distinctive, right? That's a distinct. If that was what happened, yes, that call is distinctive, folks, because this is the president of the United States of America, right? This is the most powerful, depending on where you are, right? Talk about a unipolar world or multipolar world, Is it Trump? Is it Z? Is it one? Is it the other? Is it both, right? However you want to look at it. Okay. This is the most powerful person on the planet. Or if not the most powerful person on the planet, one of two. All right? Okay. It's distinctive in that there are other people subservient to the president of the United States who could have made this call to achieve the same result, right? I'm not saying it has to be Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, or, an ambassador. It is unique that the sitting president of the United States personally reached out to the head of an international sports organization in and of itself. That I'm gonna stick with the term unique. All right? Giving folks the benefit of the doubt, not having any further information in terms of the nature of the conversation. Was it to ask a question? Was it to exert influence? We don't know. All right. We know the conversation happened. We know that subsequently the decision was reversed. And then based on those dominoes, the tone, tenor, and framework of this tournament is now changed. Right? And that's why I that's my reason, my principal reason for being against, the further interaction. Okay? Is because an international event, right? Right? Not a domestic event, but an international event, bringing the global community together, comparable to the United Nations, right? United Nations, which was the evolution of the League of Nations, which is an organization that came into fruition after World War II. intended to prevent similar global conflicts. Right? The history teacher in me. Folks, the reason I did not agree with the President of the United States reaching out to the head of FIFA leading up to the United States match against Belgium, in which they were mollywopped. The reason I didn't agree with it is because now you have a circumstance where, well, if the President of the United States can reach out to the President of the FIFA, what about the President of China, Prime Minister of England, right? President of anybody can reach out if that is now normalized. All right. And that is not the purpose and promise of the World Cup, for our global political leaders to be in continual conversation with the head of the sports organization. Right? The promise of the World Cup is for a fair athletic competition amongst the countries of the world to take place and for the best team to prevail victorious. That's what we're striving for here. And while global political leaders, they can communicate with the head of FIFA, should they choose to, but beyond supporting the tournament, vis-a-vis funding, vis-a-vis goodwill, vis-a-vis, security, beyond those contributions from our political leaders, you can provide funding, you can assist with security, you can project goodwill. ABC, in whatever order: security, funding, goodwill, goodwill, funding, security, whichever order. Those are the modes in which our political leaders can effectively support this athletic competition. Same thing for the Olympics. Help with funding, help with security, provide an atmosphere of goodwill and collaboration. Gold, folks. Gold. All right? Beyond that, to involve yourself in the mechanisms of the organization, the rules and regulations of the organization. Global leaders' involvement in that capacity, I find to be unnecessary, unhelpful, yeah, it's unnecessary and it's unhelpful. 1 and 2. It's not a benefit to disrupt the harmony which has been established, right? I was thinking about this, and again, appreciation for those folks tuning in. I've been a little bit behind on the chat. Thanks for those who contributed in the chat. Got to step that up. Okay. it's not. No, what I'm saying is that, okay, we have something called disturbing the peace. Was thinking about this during the outstanding 4th of July events that took place here on the Cape and Islands. Wonderful. The weather held out for the most part. For the most part, the torrential downpours came into effect on Saturday night around 10 o'clock. When so it affected the nightlife scene. I was out at local restaurant, bar, restaurant, establishment, fresh catch, lending a hand. And yeah, the tourists, y'all got drenched. Y'all got soaked. Right? Everybody's walking around. There's distance between point A and point B. You're outside. These, and it rained for, the better part of 3 hours. So, you had to, you were going to get hit in one way or the other. And it went from like torrential to light to back to torrential to light. It was raining. So, me, I was inside, kind of, I was getting ready to leave. Then I was like, I don't want to walk in the rain, then I had to, wait for it to rain just a little bit. I was fortunate. Went over to check out the Harbor Hawks game. The traffic was so much. I said, I'm going to keep my car parked over here. Keep my car parked over here. And yes, indeed. Walked back, got my car. I actually had to, loop back around, check in at the restaurant, and then went home in good stead. And it was a good holiday. But folks, I think about disturbing the peace. Disturbing the peace. And that's, things are going well. People are, but one bad apple can create a situation that could spiral, and then now you have, and it just, it takes away from. Okay, you'd want the show to go on and end in good stead, and end, as just a good show, and without having to deal with a disruption. If you deal with a disruption, it happens. You continue to move forward. Okay, but you would prefer to have the show go off, as they would say, clean. Right? Okay, and that's my view of this. It disturbed the peace of the World Cup for a time. Unfortunately, Team USA lost. This disturbance, this blip on the radar, will be there. But maybe it won't be something that people perseverate on, people continue to go back to. And it might be the end of, this disruption. And we can return to the games, the show, which have been tremendous. Has been right, encouraging, uplifting. And we want that to continue. For the next week of the match. That's programmer, the tournament. There we go. Want this to continue for the duration of the tournament. All right. And so we hope so, but we will see. All right, folks. Yes, indeed. SandCity, bye for the fans, right? Shout out to the flag man. Okay, the attire, very smooth, light, all that good stuff. And the logo itself. Shout out to Plenty Sneaks for putting together the logo for SandCity Sports. Okay, teamwork most certainly make the dream work. Is everybody out there doing in television land? Hope you're good. All right, things are good here on SandCity doing my passion project. It is what it is. All right, and so we had a press conference today in Boston. Where the Celtics brass came out and answered questions. All right, so let us discuss. Celtics brass answering some questions. Go ahead and check the for the folks that's tuning in. I gotta straighten this out. Tuning in on Twitter. Hold up. Just want to make sure I check the. Okay. The good, the bad, and 400 people arrested in Newport Beach. Gotta act, act the right way. Yeah. Roof came down at a BJ's wholesale store in New Jersey. Dangerous. Didn't see, hopefully, no injuries there. Okay, so we got the commentary. It's not commentary, that's happenings on Twitter. But nobody jumped in the comments, which more than welcome to do. Happy to see it. Twitter is very important, like Twitter for news and information. I don't know about your algorithm on Twitter. My algorithm is there's just too much mayhem that I'm seeing on Twitter. I can't. Right? All this world star people just losing their mind, beefing, fighting. That's not what I want to see. Like what news information, breaking news, what Sham's doing. Some positive things, some interesting, innovative things, like some of the people I follow. It's always innovative, thoughtful stuff. I mean, I can understand, a scuffle here and there, but this algorithm just takes over my news feed. I can't do it. And I can see, like, you know what I mean? I'm going down. Let me just keep going. I don't, unless these things are being remedied, people are getting the support and help that they need, right? I don't need to see people losing their mind. I know that people are on edge. I know, we get on edge at times. You don't want to go overboard. You want to bring you back and to use that fire and that, that animus that you have inside of you for positive outlets. Okay. For your work. Okay. For to set goals, to improve yourself. Right. To seek knowledge, to seek wisdom, to seek understanding. Right. You have to convert that fire into things that are going to prosper you, not things that are going to bring you down and bring other people down with you. That's my only. Gotta watch it on the Twitter. I mean, a little bit. I gotta say a little bit less on the IG. IG actually is just, their algorithm. They just hit me with. I can't. Once IG just hits me with a lot of interesting that I find interesting. So I'm always clipping things. Like, man, oh, that's interesting. And then you look at it and it's like, man, do I even have time to go back and look at all of these little interesting tidbits that I've clipped? And the answer is no. That's what I have to watch myself with IG. I got to give myself like a time limit. Like I'm here for 5 minutes or whatever. And I just, oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's interesting. This storyline, that narrative, that. So I got to pace myself on the IG. All right, folks, the Celtics had a press conference today in Beantown. All right. Okay, so to begin with, respect for standing up, and addressing this. This is the way that you handle situations. All right, you walk point. You get out there and you right, because that in and of itself, let's cut down on the misinformation, the disinformation, the gray areas, the innuendo. That's a lot what goes on when things start to go sideways, right? There's a lot of things that it's just not accurate. You're thinking this about somebody else that they're not thinking about you. They're thinking stuff about you that you don't that you're not rocking with. You're different than how they perceive you, and they are different than how you perceive them. And there's opportunities in those right distinctions to find common ground. There are opportunities to find common ground. Check the forecast. It's about to pour down. It's been raining all day, so when we get more rain, good. The plants need it. When we get the sunshine the rest of the week, got to get out there and things, the grass getting tall, got to cut it down. Okay, so Chisholm, Stevens, this approach, I rock with it. I respect it. This is some of the practices which have made Brad Stevens who he is, one executive of the year, respected around the league, so on and forth. Okay? So the framework is strong. The decisions are brittle, weak, suspect, counterproductive. Okay? So that's that's the dichotomy for me in looking at this. This framework of transparency, openness, accountability is rock solid. We got Belgium trolling the U.S. after their win. I don't know if we need it, but people feeling how they feel, right? That's a part of you swing things one way, that pendulum gonna swing back the other way. All right, back to the Celtics. Okay, so we're in this multiverse, if you will, the layers of this situation. Okay, and I have to recognize both sides. I am encouraged and supportive of Stevens and Chisholm coming out, answering questions. Looks like the press conference was over 40 minutes? So we're having a robust, full-fledged, comprehensive dialogue. Love it. Love it. Taking the tough questions, providing answers. I rock with this. And we'll get into some of the clips. Stevens, went so far as to say, that this might not have been the best move. We'll check because we have to get the semantics. We have to get it right. But from what I was hearing, there was from Steven's perspective, a recognition that the Celtics are in a difficult place. I'm not saying that he said, hey, I messed up. I want a mulligan. That's not what I'm saying. But he alluded to the fact that, the decision to trade Jaylen Brown for Paul George and a couple picks is going to create challenges for this Boston Celtics team, which it will, that are going to be difficult. And him articulating that, while not, this isn't some cry me a river and the cat's out of the bag and woe is me. No, that's not what he's saying. But he's acknowledging a component of this that many people can sense and feel, in that this team is not as good as they were before, and there is the possibility that they will not. And I'm not saying Stevens went this far, but I am saying that this is in the realm of probability that the Celtics championship window has closed. Finito. Done. When the Milwaukee Bucks traded Drew Holiday for Damian Lillard, their their championship window closed. Slam shut. I said it then. I'm saying it now. And it's not difficult to say now because they're in full-fledged rebuild mode. And I feel Tyler Hero is a good piece to rebuild with. Loyal to the soil. You can build around him. Somebody that wants to be there. But the champion, they're no longer championship contenders. But when they traded Drew, who was a winner and wanted to be there, for Dame, who has won, he's not a winner like Drew, he has won, but didn't want to be there, done. Okay? And the Boston Celtics traded Jaylen Brown, who's a winner. And I do feel wanted to be in Boston. Yes, Jaylen Brown wanted to be in Boston. But you were going to get a different Jaylen Brown in Boston based on how things went down. You were going to get a different Jaylen Brown. You were going to get a more assertive Jaylen Brown. You were going to get a more outspoken Jaylen Brown. Right? You were going to get a Jaylen Brown that was off message. Right? An organization, particularly a corporation, they want to project kumbaya. They want kumbaya. Talk about ESPN a lot in these terms. ESPN wants vanilla, right? We're selling to kids and families. We want vanilla. We are moving away from things that make people go into spaces that are divisive. We don't want people's mind to go into places that are divisive. Similar to Cape Cod, we're a tourist economy. We want vanilla. We want chocolate. We want sherbet. We want, right? You're here to get away from the challenges and the grind and the day-to-day struggle. All right? You get that on 24/7, 365 when you wake up for your workday. Okay? Life is coming at you. Challenges are coming at you. Responsibilities are coming at you. Put your gloves on. Put your hard hat on. Let's go. We going into the nitty gritty. All right, we going into the game, right? When you go on vacation or you enter into the realm of sports, that shifts. That paradigm shifts, and those challenges and obstacles take on a different, right? There's challenges, obstacles, right? Sports mirrors life, and people don't like each other, and they're not getting along, and they want more, and we have these great goals about winning championships and improving, and it's a process. Trust it, right? Up, down, left, right, Great expectations dashed, diminished, destroyed, rebuilt, reformed, right? The whole 9 yards. Okay. But suffice it to say, in this instance, I've credited, I will continue to credit the framework and them doing this. So credit upon credit upon credit upon credit. But the reality is the Celtics, I wanted to say free fall. They're not in free fall. These are the type of things that where you pump, where you put your e-brake on, right, to slow it down, right? So it's not a free fall. These are the type of steps you take to regain some composure, continuity, right? Once the pillars have been shaken, which they have. Okay. But they're rebuilding. They're not reloading. The Celtics are rebuilding. Let's get that straight. The Celtics are rebuilding. This is not a championship team. This is not close to being a championship team. Okay, folks? Not even close. Right? This is right? A decade. Yeah. Jason Tatum, class of 2017. Right? Brown, 2016. Right? So Brown going into year 10, Tatum year 9. Right? They've been together 8 years. And have been competing for a championship, right? You had JB. Reason I didn't take JT in the draft is because he was coming in, right? This is JT was supposed to come off the bench, right? Gordon Hayward had the unfortunate injury, right? Tough injury early on. Right? But you had Kyrie, you had Hayward, Gordon Hayward, Al Horford, had the Morris brothers. Right? These guys were ready to compete. Kind of throws me off. That was one of these difficult injuries and moments in sports. But back to this. Okay? They've only known contending. JP, my buddy JP, JB and JT have only known since they come into the league. And they, the Kyrie years, that didn't pan out the way it was supposed to. Okay, we're going to go with Kemba, a team first mentality. Okay, now we start to build it back up. 2023, we break through. A year ahead of schedule. 2022, the Celtics break through. Make it to the finals, lose to the Warriors. 2023, you have the coaching change. They could have broke through again, but Mazzulla was by himself going up against Spoelstra and the Heat organization. By the way, shout out to the San Antonio Spurs bringing in Billy Donovan as lead assistant. That's huge. Huge. Billy Donovan's a first-rate coach. First rate. Okay, now I know that the years in Chicago were underwhelming, right? So I say he's a first-rate coach, but then the Bulls have been in no man's land for so many years. Billy Donovan comes in his first year coach in the NBA and takes out a 67-win San Antonio Spurs team. This is the year after the Kawhi. This is the year after, right? Kawhi, Pachulia took out Kawhi. So it was supposed to be in 2016. It was supposed to be the Spurs and the Golden State Warriors in the Western Conference Finals, right? This is the Cleveland year where they came back from 3-1. It's supposed to be the Spurs and the Warriors. Oklahoma City said, y'all can go. Got them out of there in 6 games, effectively ending the San Antonio championship window. But that team was loaded. And Billy Donovan in year 1 closed Popovich's championship window for good and all. That man can coach. Bringing him in as a lead assistant for the Spurs, huge. Right? Giving Mitch Johnson, who had them right there. People can say what they want to say, Monday morning quarterbacking. It's not Monday morning quarterbacking because it was time ago. De'Aaron Fox was fouled, folks. You want to talk about hold the ball and get fouled? He was fouled on that play. I'm a Knicks fan. You can go back and watch it. OG fouled the heck out of him. A. B, Wemby missed 2 straight free throws. There's no guarantee you're going to make the free throws. So just stop. People want to talk about the Spurs don't need De'Aaron Fox. Then they don't need to make it to the NBA Finals because they're not going to make it to the NBA Finals unless they have the Fantastic Four intact. Period. End of story. And we're having the same conversation right here, folks. You look at the disaster that we have now. What would you rather? Have Drew Holiday and be a contending championship team and have JB and JT on the same page, which you would if you had Drew, who was a real adult, just like Jason Kidd was a real adult with the Dallas Mavericks team that won the championship in 2011, to mend fences and keep continuity? Would you rather have Drew Holiday and be in the second apron, pay a little bit extra money and still be a championship contender, or have this disaster? Which would you rather have? Chisholm came out and said he's not necessarily worried about dollars and cents spending money. I'm glad he said it. I don't know. If that was the case, you would have never got rid of Drew Holiday. And you wouldn't be here. Never mind the fact, as I've been saying again and again and again and again, Wick, knowing that new ownership is possibly on the horizon, got out, sold high, and Chisholm coming into that ownership with Drew Holiday already having a 4-year deal, Mr. Chisholm, then you know you're paying Drew Holiday for a couple more years. Period. Either you see what could be and you convince Drew, and Drew would have been amenable to it because he's a winner, just like JB, as in Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson was amenable to it because he's a winner. Taking a deal. We've forgotten about that he took a deal to keep the team together so they can win championships. Now that he's the toast of the town and the richest city in the world, possibly in human civilization, you forgot that he took a little bit less money up front because he got all the returns coming in the future. There's no excuse for the Celtics getting rid of Drew Holiday. Period. I said it when it's happening. I'm screaming it now. I'll be screaming it for as long as needed to be said. And am I stomping on, now that the team is on a downward trajectory, which they are, heading towards rebuilding? Your analytics, it's junk science. And I'll have some other adjectives for you in a bit about these analytics. Okay? I'm a Peyton Pritchard guy. He summers on the Cape. He's probably on the Cape right now. He goes out, local people, gets his hair cut, local, people cut his hair. He works out at our local schools to do his workout regimen. I want Peyton Pritchard to have a big year, to step up. You're talking about Peyton Pritchard taking a Jalen Brunson leap. What are we even doing here? Okay? Is that disrespect on Pritchard? No, it's not. I hope he does have a huge, monstrous year. But you're now saying that Peyton, and so I'm pro Pritchard. All right? Let's get that straight. But Peyton Pritchard's ideal role for the Celtics is as a 6th man. I said what I said. If he happens to be listening, if I happen to see him out in town, I will say it to his face with all due respect and appreciation for who he is, what he contributes to the game, what he contributes to us on the Cape. His role is as a 6th man. It's like saying, Manu Ginobili, he could come in and be the next, whoever. No, Manu's role on that team was the 6th man. He doesn't need to come in and all of a sudden become a perennial all-star as a starting 2. He doesn't need to come in and become whoever. Okay, who are he doesn't need to come in and become Like, he's not a leaper out of the gym, so a Vince Carter, No, Manu's role is 6-man for our championship model. Peyton Pritchard's role was a 6-man for the Celtics championship model. Drew at the 1, Derek at the 2. Dennis Johnson at the 1, Danny Ainge at the 2. Okay? Period. JB, JT, pick a center. I have no idea why the Celtics wanted to pay Mitchell Robinson $60 million. None. And then pay Cato whatever money. You don't need both of them. It makes no sense. You could pay Cato and bring in another big on a, I don't know why they let Vucevic go for Chi-Chi Beans when you could have paid Vucevic Chi-Chi Beans and kept Cato. 0 cents to me. Am I upset that Mitchie leaves New York? Yes, they did. They just picked up Andre Drummond. Okay, I love it. To come in, eat glass, be that big body. Great. Got him at a much discounted price. I have no idea why you pay Mitchell Robinson that money. None. When you already had Cater to be your starting center. No, please. Somebody, anybody. I know it's a little bit later. Why give? I'm happy. I just don't know why Mitchell Robinson needed to get all this money from the Celtics. Get some of the money which you should have been given to JB. I don't buy the narrative you can't have two $70 million players on the same team. If they're Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, you can. What are we talking about? I need 4. Okay? San Antonio's going to be having this conversation soon. I've already talked about, I don't, and the second apron and yada, yada, yada. I don't understand. I don't think we needed it. I thought the luxury tax was fine. Folks, the Golden State Warriors had Steph Curry, they had Klay Thompson, they had Kevin Durant, they had Draymond Green. All those guys had bags. Right? Who else did you have? Was Harrison Barnes still in there getting some kind of money? Iguodala was still in the mix getting some kind of money. They had a big center from Milwaukee, right? You had other guys getting their little bit of money. But you had 4 bags that you were paying. You're paying Steph, you're paying Klay, you're paying KD, you're paying Draymond. So you got 4 bags, drop them off. All right? And you're going to go into the luxury tax, and you're going to take a hit, and you're going to get some of that hit back because you're going to be in the finals conversation every single year on TV, all the extra merch, yada, yada, yada. And then, of course, you're getting your money back in spades when you sell the team because they're a winning team, at a higher valuation for however many X billions of dollars, right? This is clear. Cuban spoke to it. You got Jerry Jones bought the Cowboys for $100 million that he took out some loans. They're worth upwards of $8 billion. Are we quibbling about $10 million that you're paying salary here or $15 million when you sell a team for billions? What are we even talking about? Never mind the money that you're going to get in perpetuity when you win. You sell it. I will wear a 1974 Celtics championship shirt with pride. I'll wear a 1976 Celtics championship shirt, 50 years in the rears with pride today. Sell it to me. I'll pay $15 to $20. What are we talking about? The continual returns on this investment once you win. Stop it. So even though I'm against the second apron, whatever the penalties were for the second apron, I don't see them being greater than the disaster that is currently the Boston Celtics. You could have paid the money, kept the team together. What? You can't brag as much when you're on your yacht, your super yacht, or whatever, out with your friends because your return in the beginning is going to be less. And your friend, wow, you have all this payroll and you're not do I have to remind folks that Amazon lost money for all those initial years while Jeff Bezos was working in his garage? Do we need to be reminded? Those interviews, Jeff Bezos, again, speaking of Cliff Young, winning the ultra marathon, having the long view, was losing money while Amazon was slowly gaining more and more market share. Losing money, gaining market share. Losing money, gaining market share. Losing money, gaining market share. Losing money, gaining. Yes, I'm saying it again and again and again. Because once they now cornered the market, now that price going up. What you talking about over here, folks? What are we talking about, folks? When Marlowe assumed the throne, what happened? First of all, we ain't meeting as much. Second of all, you know what he said. First of all, we ain't meeting as much. I ain't much for the meetings. Belgium talking about overturn this. It is what it is. Right? They came in with a chip on their shoulder. Marlowe take over the market. Guess what? So the price of the brick going up. Blowing out. Okay? Poking your lip out. Side eyes. Don't care. I control the market. I set the price. Period. End of story. Okay? You meet my price or you do business elsewhere. That's what Amazon said. That's what Walmart says. Okay, once we control the market, we was your little buddy friends, and we was taking less. Then, as we were gaining market, now I don't corner the market. That price going up. What is it? Netflix? I got to slap myself, man. I can't be the real MVP like I once was for Netflix because they cut down on that. But I'm still the MVP for one or two people, and I need to watch more Netflix. Shout out to The Crown. The Crown's I rock with The Crown. And there's so many other great, Breaking Bad, others. Ozarks, House of Cards. I need to get back into some of these series. It's a big House of Cards fan. Well done series. But yeah, that Amazon, that Netflix, wasn't it like $10? It was 12, 14, 16, 18. It's 20 a month now to be the real MVP. There's so much great stuff there. Never mind the documentaries. It's great. I need to watch more. I do. I love how they have sporting events on there as well. It's great. So you just kind of saw in the game, but it's just inching up. More market share, you're going to pay more. Oh, yeah. And you're going to, what do they say? About business? The savvy business people out there. People are happy with nothing. You actually own nothing, but you have all these accoutrements that but you're happy, because hey, I'm balling. I got my flat screen TV and hey, I'm balling. No investments. Okay. No passive income. Still got debt stacked up here and there. All right. But I'm happy because I got things I have. All right. And you're paying more for those things. All right. Happily paying more for those things. Because these companies, whether it be Netflix, whether it be Apple, whether it be Amazon, you name it. Okay. Blue chip, Fortune 500. Right. They've cornered these markets. Right? One of the things Jeff Bezos says, big things start small. Big things start small. Okay. Celtics should have maintained what they started with, which was being gifted Drew Holiday, who was the X factor for their dynasty. Brad Stevens admitting it. You don't always have a chance to even get a player like this. You got him. You won a championship. The owner sold high. The new guy comes in talking about, and Wick's going to still have say so. That has just not played out. I hope it continues with the Lakers and Jeannie Buss, continues to govern the team and they continue to make smart business because she knows her business and how to make the team successful. That is the family business. And you can just collect your returns, whichever they were before, and keep making your money off to the side and let Jeannie do what she does to make the franchise successful. But it hasn't worked out for the Celtics because they're a disaster. And it didn't work out. It didn't work out for the Mavericks, even after being gifted Cooper Flag, because they're an absolute disaster. Even though I believe in Masai Ujiri coming in and doing his thing and bringing in Dusty. But, right, Masai Ujiri is coming in to build it from scratch. a team that made the NBA Finals in 2 years ago. And now you got a guy who has to come in and build it from scratch. Shouldn't be the case. Okay, the new people came in. Again, we've talked about this. Casino people, casino connected to the stadium. That didn't happen, and now we just giving up folk for Chi Beans. You want to make right? By the way, well, go ahead and watch Casino, one of Scorsese's classics. Talking about how the casino world gets down. Oh, you gonna make things difficult for me? I'm gonna make some different. Those guys that got caught cheating in casino. You can have the money. You can have this hammer, man. What you want? He said you can have the money, and I'm gonna break your hand because you cheated, or you can keep your health and no money. I said I'll keep my health. Keep that. I'm out. Nah, I ain't. We ain't on that level. Be having arthritis, and nah, I'm good. I'm Gucci. Just thinking about, I know a lot of working class people out there, hardworking people, man. And they're just hardworking people. You got to respect, how they work hard, through different ailments and whatnot. Just come to my mind. All right, guys. Yeah, we're not done here. Okay. So it does go back to Drew, where this all started. And I've been waiting, and people can come. You know what I mean, right? There was a little bit of a siesta, right? Because it seemed, the analytics seemed like they were working out, didn't they, folks? Celtics number 2 seed and going to make this finals run, and right? It seemed like the probability is this, and then what happened? Sixers down 3-1 got healthy. They got healthy. So they had Maxey, Thundercat. They had Edgecombe, Thundercat. They had Oubre, 3-and-D. They had PG, right? Right? Star, experienced, veteran presence, can come in and make shots, played in big games. And then they had Embiid for a short window of health, 3 games. So, yeah, their back's against the wall, but now you're looking at JB, JT. Okay. You got JB and who else? Derek White, but there's no Marcus Smart, and there's certainly no Drew Holiday with him. And you got Pritchard. So you have Pritchard, White, JB, and JT. That was your 4, and that was their. All right, so you can exchange. So you got Edgecombe, Maxey, PG, and Embiid. So all 4 of those are all-star grade. You got 4 all-stars. Okay? 4 all-stars. PG is descending. Edgecombe is an ascending. But 4 all-stars. Celtics got JB and JT. 2. Okay, you can throw in White as a fringe all-star. I'll throw him in there. Peyton Pritchard, respectfully, 6th man of the year. He could, but he's not in the all-star conversation. Okay, all due respect. Rock with Pritchard. I talked about what he does for the Cape. How good he's not in the all-star conversation, and that's not. Could he get there this year? The Celtics are saying he can. I hope he does. I hope he does. I'm not talking out of school by saying that's a leap. It's going to be a leap for Pritchard to go from 6th man of the year, had a good season, to now being in the all-star conversation. It's going to be a leap. He can do it. I hope he does. Okay, I feel that he was 6th man. That was the role for him. Can still get those buckets, 16, 17 points, come in and contribute. Now he's going to be the lead guard. Okay. He can do it, yes. It doesn't, You still don't have depth behind him. Fine. So we're doing the 4-on-4. Mac, and the Celtics. Tatum wasn't there, obviously, for the last game. And I don't, again, feel White can defend, but he's more of a secondary defender. Jrue Holiday was your on-ball, lockdown, clink, clink, 23-hour lock program, ninja. Shoe program, ninja. To quote Training Day. You want to come out your mouth. What? Jrue Holiday was your secretary of defense and put everybody else in their most optimal position defensively. So with Jrue Holiday, yes, he's going to slow down Tyrese Maxey. Is he going to stop him? No, because Maxey's a dynamo, perennial all-star. But he's going to slow his behind down. Oh, yeah, he is. So Maxey's not going to get up to be able to get in the fifth gear. He's going to have to stop in like third. Yeah. Which is going to... So now Edgecombe can get going, but now White can corral Edgecombe. Young buck, rookie. I got this. So now he's in second or third gear. Right? And now JB can lock down Paul George. Or flip that. JT can lock down Paul George. Yes, he can. Young, spry, can right? JT's offense alone will diminish Paul George's defense, injury prone. So we got that lineup. And then JB showed you before you sent him to partner with Embiid. JB guarded Embiid down the stretch and won possessions. He said, I want to guard the best player. This is what we're doing. And the Celtics were right there in that matchup. JB said, I want this. I don't care if you outweigh me by 20, 30 pounds. I don't care if you got 4 or 5 inches. You ain't scoring on me. I said what I said. We taking it back to the playground. The pride of the Peach State. What you talking about with JB? His commentary around him is crazy. It's bananas. And we'll get to that. His intelligence is a disease. There's been some wild takes. Wild takes in the world from some of the leading figures. You got Stephen A. Smith, who I respect. Listen to his book, Straight Shooter, on Audible, Out of This World. Stephen A. Smith show. I called into the Stephen A. Smith show back when I had a different format. So all of the respect in the world for Stephen A. and Colin. Okay, nobody cares. Work harder. Colin Cowherd. Nobody cares. Work harder. Okay? Get out there and get the work done. These takes that they're coming out with. First of all, Stephen A. Smith talking about the Lakers' best players happen to be white. Who cares? It's the best fit. They get along. They'll play together. There's going to be no drama. That's how you win games, together. Are they as talented without LeBron? No. Are they more together without LeBron? Yes. What's the formula for winning games? Okay? You got to be tried and true, tied together. That's what they have. It has nothing to do. I don't care if they're purple. Purple people eaters. I didn't even think twice about it. Austin Reeves can ball. He's shown it. Now, again, that's a challenge, right? There's a difference between you being the third wheel and you being the second wheel. It's a big difference. Okay? So that's a big. I don't think Austin Reeves is a second best player on a championship team. I don't. I think he can be the third. I don't put him as a Jamal Murray type of a player. Okay? I put him as an Aaron Gordon type of a player. There's no slight on Reeves. Prove me wrong. I'm sorry. That's what it is. But they're aligned is what you want at the end of the day. People, the same people, nothing to do with their background, color, culture. And on top of that, before we get to Stephen A. Smith, and we're going to dive into that, we got another hour. SandCity, by for the fans, passion project, summer vacation. You know what I mean? It is what it is. July 7th, 7/7. Go ahead and play the lottery. You know what I mean? It's, folks, that same type of thinking, I thought that Bobby Hurley was a silver spoon kid because he's white and he went to Duke. Folks, Bobby Hurley from Jersey City, man. He's from Jersey City. You better watch your mouth with that type of talk. He's from Jersey City, man. He's as nitty gritty urban as it gets because he's white and he happened to go to Duke. Stop it. Christian Laettner is from Buffalo, man. He's from Buffalo. Blue collar, brick cold kid. Because he happens to be white, right? You look at Coach K. Coach K is from the Chi, man. He's from Chicago, man. I'm just as much Chicago as anybody else. As Isaiah Thomas, as Doc Rivers, as Barack Obama. I'm from the Chi. Right now, his situation was different. Coach K grew up single, two-parent family in a nice neighborhood or a working-class neighborhood. And we know that Isaiah grew up on the west side of Chicago, right? Where you know what I mean, the youngest of 8, 9, okay, during the 80s, okay? The war on drugs, which was a war on poor people, right? Laws, Rockefeller laws, welfare laws, taking the father out of the home, right? Vice lords coming to the house, right? The vice lords. Open the door. Excuse me, can I help you? Yeah, we saw that you have some kids that live here. We saw them coming home from school. Yeah, and we're doing an initiation tonight. We need your kids. Initiation for what? Vice lords. We the gang in the neighborhood. We need your kids for the initiation for the night. With a straight face. Yeah, come on. Tell them to come with us. Isaiah Thomas' mother looked these gangbangers dead in the eye. Because they wanted Isaiah to go for the initiation. That was expected. He said, there's only one gang in this house, and that's the Thomas gang. You guys can remove yourself from my porch. You can go. There's only one gang in this house, and that's the Thomas gang. You can leave. Face down the vice lord. What's his mother? Okay? He talked about that in his Hall of Fame induction speech. And also, we go back and play the clips of when he won MVP of the All-Star game, him hugging his mother. That saw him through those days. Unbelievable. Okay? But folks, Coach K is from the Chi, that same Chi city. Different background. He didn't go through those same things. Okay, Coach K's story, interesting, different story. But he did not want to go to West Point because he was a hooper, and West Point had no basketball tradition that at that time had a coach by the name of Bobby Knight. But Coach K was a hooper, and he said, I'm going to go to Illinois, or the Big Ten schools were recruiting him. He could hoop. I'm going to go to no West Point. I'm a hooper. His parents, first generation from Poland, they asked the people in the community, like, what's this West Point? What's this? They're like, oh, West Point, where you need a congressional recommendation to get in. West Point, that's where presidents go. That's where the leaders of American society go. Parents looked at their son, Mike, 5'9", 5'10", good athlete. They said, probably not going to go to the NBA. He might, but probably not. Probably going to end up being a coach. But do you want to go to an institution where the leaders of American society go? Or do you want to go to an institution, that you get a degree and then, either you coach or you come back and work in a family business? Mike said, I'm not going to West Point. I ain't doing it. His parents said, okay. For 2 weeks, they spoke nothing but Polish in the home. Talks about it. They say, beep, 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 Michael. Beep, 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 stupid. Beep, 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 Mike. Beep, 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 idiot. Right? Done with you. Spoke Polish for 2 weeks. Didn't acknowledge him. You can do what you're gonna do. Yeah, we doing what we doing. Okay, we ain't all right. You big time. You grown. All right, be grown. We over here doing our adult stuff. You know what I mean. Finally, Michael said he didn't want to disappoint his parents. I think I'll go to West Point. Right, made that right decision. Okay, so there's some takes back to Colin Cowherd talking about JB, his intelligence is a disease. Stephen A talking about LA and have white players. We're gonna get into those things, all right? Because those two are both much better than those takes. And I get it, algorithms, storylines. We're talking about it. All right, they're working for the bosses. All right, they're making it rain. But I think they can make it rain and make money without. Okay, those takes. Jaylen Brown's intelligence is a disease. He thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. Colin, we're going to talk about it because it diminishes you as your brand. Stephen A, the Lakers, white players, it diminishes your brand. Okay, as leading people in the sports world. Okay, because that's just some clickbait that anybody on Reddit could say. All right, and but it makes no sense, none whatsoever. And both of those, Colin and Stephen A, are sensible people. Okay, so the bosses might like that type of stuff to drive, the traffic, and maybe that's all that matters. But it's nonsensical. Both of those takes, we'll discuss further. Back to the Celtics. Okay, right. I've credited them for this press conference. The team, they're just rebuilding, and they're rebuilding. This whole idea, and this is what the Golden State Warriors had to learn the hard way, and the Celtics now are going to learn it the hard way. Okay, Moses Moody, James Wiseman, Pazorski, right? They traded away Jackson Davis to Toronto. Good players. They are role players, okay, that will shine around your stars. Excuse me. All right, so you got Steph, you got Jimmy, you got Draymond. Okay, that's not going to do it, obviously. You need LeBron, you need AD, you need stars to put yourself in the conversation. Okay? If unless you're going to just blow it up, like Utah now is ready to build with Peterson and Ace Bailey, and Clayton. They got a number. So Utah's ready to build now. They have the Lions to build their team for the future, right? That was San Antonio a year or two ago. Okay, and now presto changeo. You got Castle, who's UConn, so he's a Spartan. He's ready on day one. You got Fox, who they need. Stop the foolishness about getting rid of Fox. They won't compete for championships without Fox. It's not a 3. They need all 4. You need all 4. Steph, Clay, Draymond, and KD joined it, but it was Steph, Clay, Draymond, H. Barnes. Okay? Or Steph, Clay, Draymond, Iguodala. Or, there was 4 of them. Okay? It's Joker, it's Murray, it's Gordon, and it's Cam Johnson. You need 4. Not 3, 4. So San Antonio better keep De'Aaron Fox if they want to remain competitive. They will not have the X factor. The Celtics, Drew, Derek. You need all 4 together. You need to go into the second apron, or guys can take money, less money. That's what you do. All right? The second apron, tearing teams apart. I don't like it. Like, you could have stuck with the previous model. James Dolan saying it. I'm not doing it. Maybe we need to learn more about it. Maybe the teams are maybe it's not as financially cumbersome as they're making it out to be. Maybe it's more about draft capital. I don't know. But you're not going to win the championships unless you keep the groups together. Okay? Celtics, they didn't do that with Drew. Now they've lost JB. Now it's just Jason Tatum and Derek White. okay, who's now forced to be in a role as the number 2, which is different than what he's been. He's always been third. Now he's second. Much different. Peyton Pritchard, now he goes from, sixth man to being third. All right. And not only does it put more pressure on those guys, and we'll see if they can do it, we'll see if they can't, but then you have to now go out and find another Derek White, another supporting role player that can do what he did. You got to go out and find another Peyton Pritchard. And I'm telling you right now, folks, Schleich, I don't know how to pronounce all these names, and Hugo, no. No, no, no. Those are not going to be the guys on a championship team unless you have your championship core. Rondo can be that. Perkins can be that, but they have Pierce, Garnett, and Allen as the core. You have your ironclad big 3, and then a Glenn Big Baby Davis is value added. A Leon Poe is value added. A James Posey is value added. An Eddie House is value added. Because the big 3, the core is established. So now these guys with lower expectations can shine bright because they don't have the weight and the expectations of being a member of that big 3. So you can talk all the analytics and stat jazz you want. And you can use all the multiple syllable words you want. That's the bottom line for this Celtics team. They don't have the star power to compete for a championship. And 1A, they don't have the continuity amongst the star power that's non-existent to compete for a championship. Yeah, the Milwaukee Bucks, you traded Drew, who was a star that was committed, for Dame, who was a star that wasn't committed. So you had star players on paper and on 2K, but in real life, it doesn't. In real time, they're not a championship team because the stars are not aligned. And what does it take to align stars? Time or previous connection. Right? So now there's talk about, the Celtics are going to get Devin Booker. If I'm Devin Booker, why would I leave Phoenix? They already extended me. I'm content in Phoenix. And then Phoenix, they can't. They're on a brand new, with their 5th coach or however many coaches they done burned through. But they got Jalen Green, Devin Booker, and Bradley Beal playing together. Maluk, big man from Duke. Bunch of 3-and-D guys, hustle guys. So Phoenix is good. Why am I going to leave where I've been, where it's sunny, to come to rainy, cold Boston to a team with no pedigree and that's building? Bradley Beal and JT are friends. Bradley Beal's over the hill. I know it's because he's on my fantasy team. It's over the hill. So who's going to pair with JT? And all of this talk about Trey Murphy, are you kidding me? This is Kenny Atkinson speak. This is Kenny speak. Right? We won the game analytically. Stop. Trey Murphy is not a star. If Trey Murphy was a star, he would be a star. Okay? Well, what the advanced New Orleans is building around Derek Queen and trying to figure out what the heck to do with Zion Williamson, who puts up numbers in empty calorie, he puts up empty calorie stats in meaningless games because they're not competitive. And when he plays, his numbers are pretty good. But he's never played in his entire career in meaningful games. So Trey Murphy is kind of another one of these guys that's, playing non-competitive basketball and putting up some stats. You're going to tell me that this Trey Murphy, who nobody's ever heard of, playing in Podunk, is going to now come to a franchise that's won 18 championships and accept championship expectations and pressure when he's never had that and be ready from day one? And never mind, him and Tatum, do they even know each other? And never mind, is Tatum even ready to be the alpha? He's always been around. Like, Tatum is not the guy to the rah-rah guy. He is the go-get-it-done guy. But he is more well done is better than well said, which is why you need a leader, a culture setter, a Drew Holiday to be the unifier, to be the voice. It wasn't Marcus Smart, certainly, for all those years, was it? Because Marcus Smart thought that he was the alpha, and he was the head going to have some say-so. And he was going to talk to JB and JT like a big brother. No, buddy. It's not how it works. Never mind in this day and age of NIL and yada, yada, yada. Never mind, you don't know if these guys have had a strong male influence to start with, but you ain't the best player, so you're not going to talk to me some type of a way. This is what Chris Paul never could understand with Blake Griffin or DeAndre Ayton. This is what Steve Nash very well understood with the Amari Stoudemire's of the world. Is that I am going to pat this guy in the back and encourage him, and that's it. Beyond that, these young lions are going to self-correct themselves. Themselves. Right? I'm going to be encouraging. I'm going to be positive. I'm going to be upbeat. And when these young folks do stuff that's haywire, that they know is haywire, that they're acting out, projecting because they're young, I'm not even going to acknowledge it. I'm just going to keep in my lane because they're looking, when they do wild things like young people do, they're looking for adults to come in and step in and to be that authority figure. They're waiting for you to do that so they can reject you, which gives them a sense of strength and power, because I might not have the power to know what I should do when I should do it, but I have the power to tell you no. And sometimes that's the only power that people have. Okay, now, of course, these young multimillionaires that teams have placed all these hopes and aspirations and investments in have power beyond that. They have some say-so, but they're not ready to deal with that responsibility. Okay, so what do they get into? They get into the self-sabotage. Okay, and they get into the imposter syndrome and not taking on those burdens with seriousness, like a young Kobe Bryant, who spent hours upon hours in the gym going into his breakthrough season in 98 after he had the air balls in 97, right? Kobe, hours upon hours upon hours to be ready for those big moments because, he was gearing himself up. A lot of these young folks, they're stars on the gram. They have followers. They're celebrities, so they lean into the celebrity side of it. Don't focus on keeping the main thing. And then when you, as a veteran adult, don't recognize the power dynamics and what you need to do, you need to set the example, Marcus Smart. Okay? Not verbalize, not browbeat, not big time walk around, I'm the veteran OG and you need to do this and you need to do that. You're the veteran OG, but we make 3 times your salary. So what are you even saying here, bro? Walking around chest out, chin up. Okay? And Marcus Smart, let's get this clear on Marcus Smart, who's a good dude. I think, players, good dude, good teammate, yada, yada, yada. What I'm saying is he miscalculated the dynamic between himself and Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. It was not a big 3. Okay? It was those 2 stars and you as the workhorse and the culture setter by example, not by verbalization. not by taking shots in big moments, but by kicking those shots for those guys to take them, hit or miss. And if those guys then create an action and kick it to you, Marcus Smart, then you can step in. But you're not going to, we don't need any ISOs from you in big moments. We don't. We need facilitation, spot up. If the play gets to it, the play goes and they double, now we kick it to you. Now is your moment. Not to initiate that moment when you have JB and JT. No. All right? Derek White, more of a pass first guard to be able to do that. And then Drew Holiday, the ultimate. All right, so back to the Celtics and the disaster that the team is. Who is going to partner with JT? I don't see anybody on the horizon. I don't see a current star that wants to come here, and you're giving me Trey Murphy, and I'm just, that ain't it. One of your analytics wonders, he ain't ready for the spotlight. He would be ready if you already had the core of Drew, Derek, JB, and JT. Or if it was Drew, JB, and JT, and Derek had to go for whatever reason. Then a Trey Murphy, that would probably be the best, could come in and fill Derek's role, even though I wouldn't advise for that, because you don't break up DJ and Danny Ainge. You don't break them up. You keep them together. You don't break up Isaiah Thomas and Joe Dumars. It's common sense. You don't break up Chauncey Billups and Rip Hamilton. What happened? Yes, I know Joe Dumars was frustrated because you allowed the Spurs to steal a championship in 2005 based on Robert Horry's heroics. And then you allowed the Miami Heat under the capable leadership of Pat Riley to steal a championship in 2006. You got mad dogged. Pat Riley knows his business, and they just came out and ran wild with the capable leadership of Pat Riley and outmaneuvered you when you were a better team overall. But they had a Dwayne Wade that was not taking no for an answer. They had Antoine Walker that was in his mode, Gary Payton in his mode, lightning in a bottle, Shaquille O'Neal, lightning in a bottle, and they just mad dogged you. But that should have been Detroit's championship in 2006. And then the real egregious factor was 2007 when you let a kid, boy genius, LeBron James, at home run wild on you. That was the worst one. And then they became lambs to the slaughter going up against the San Antonio Spurs team, and they had no business being there. The 2007 final should have been a rematch of 2005. And then by the time you get to 2008, your championship window has closed. The Boston Celtics are now here. They take you out in 6 games after going 7 games with the Cleveland Cavaliers. And Joe Dumars did what he shouldn't have done, because you should have just kept it going ad infinitum. Because those close losses and frustrating was better than just blowing it up and then you not being competitive till JB Bickerstaff comes back almost 20 years later. You shouldn't have done it. You should have kept the team together, even though they were frustrating, even though they were overconfident, and you just should have kept going, period. And took some accountability. You did it to yourself. The Spurs outmaneuvered you for your back-to-back. The Miami Heat mad dogged you the next year. You did it to yourself. And then you just got embarrassed by a young kid who, on a team that wasn't even ready. That's culture. That starts with management. You, Joe Dumars, you shouldn't have allowed the culture to be that weak and inconsistent. And then the players in that team, to a man, should have taken accountability. And then you should have stayed together and come back again. But it's the same thing with the Seattle Supersonics, who had championship opportunities in 94, 95. Right? They were the number 1 seed in 94, lost in the first round of the Denver Nuggets. They were top seeded in 95, lost again. They didn't even compete with Charles Barkley's Suns in those years, 94 and 95, which was time for Charles to get a championship. It was time for, those those Seattle Supersonics team to break through, and they weren't there. And by the time they got ready to break through, it was 96, and Jordan was back, and they were done. Okay? So again, back to the Boston Celtics that are starting from scratch. Okay? If you had Drew to set the culture, and you had to get rid of Derek White, which would have hurt, which I wouldn't have advised to do, but you had to get rid of Derek White. Now Trey Murphy can come in, and you have Drew, you have JB, you have JT, and now Murphy can be what he is. Okay, essentially a glorified role player. You don't go from being glorified role player on podunk team with zero expectations to being a core player on a team that is trying to compete. You don't do it. And I'm not having it. And you can talk about it all you want. I'm firm on this. I'm not going to eat crow. I'm not going to eat crow. Let me knock on wood because you don't want to be. I'm not buying it. Is what I mean to say at all. You want to bring Trey Murphy, and maybe they'll get him. If I'm New Orleans, by the way, and I'm trying to build around Derek Queen, why would I get rid of Trey Murphy if I'm trying to build something around him? Why would I? That's like if I'm San Antonio, why would I get rid of Stephon Castle or Dylan Harper? And I told you they're not going to go anywhere without getting rid of De'Aaron Fox. I said what I said. Supplemental, they're not. You keep that core together, guys take less money, and you compete for championships for another decade. Or you get cute, you try to, but no. You got 3 young Lions, and De'Aaron is their vet. That's the group that started. De'Aaron wants to be there. He's a Texan. You get rid of all these, fugazi narratives about what he did in the finals. What he did in the finals would get fouled on a play where he was trying to have them get their momentum back. Okay? They can work together. They can build together. They can win together. All right? Or you can get cute and, adjust the calculus and the chemistry and have to start over. Celtics have gotten cute, so now they're starting over. But all I'm saying is so no, you shouldn't have got rid of JB for Chi Chi Beans. That's the first thing. No, you don't do this. And the rationale is we need some option. No. We need some optionality. Okay. So to begin with, your optionality was to continue to be competitive, which is with JB. Right? That's your optionality. So there was some tension, clearly, in the Celtics organization when the Ime Udoka situation was building. There was tension in the building. They were winning, but there was tension. Then it boiled over. Ime was treating people in a fashion that he should have not been treating people. That triggered liability, civil, possibly criminal. The Celtics stepped in. He and everybody else left, and you have to start from scratch. Folks, here's the connection. JB has done nothing of a sort to put himself in any hot water, civilly or criminal. So that's not the connection. But the connection, folks, is bringing JB back would have created, and rightfully so, because you did it to yourself in terms of how you treated JB, but it was going to be tense. People were going to be on eggshells, right? Because one of your primary stakeholders was not going to be happy. And he's not going to be happy for good reason, because you treated him in a way. And I'm going to, let's be clear on this, right? Because Jaylen Brown is resolute. Okay? He takes positions and then he's firm on those positions. This is what I said. This is what I mean. This is how I'm moving. All right? He's resolute. Now, what is he resolute about? Social justice, economic empowerment, wealth preservation, right? These are the things he's advocating for. Why? And this is somebody who's the vice president, soon to be president of the Players Association. Why are 60 to 70% of these pro athletes broke 5 years after basketball? When they've been given generational wealth. Yes, a part of that is individual accountability, and you did it to yourself, and you need to take accountability. Yes, you did a lot of this to yourself, but then there's also structural things that are taking place that could be improved. JB is speaking to those, and he's not going to be shushed. In the same way, LeBron James was not going to allow you to shush him with Clutch Sports. No. We're not going to do business and have your agency and work. No, we're going to be the proprietors, and you're going to work for us. So you can be an agent, you can make a lot of money, but you work for us, rather than with us. You're working for us. Okay, so you're still going to make money, but you don't have the leverage that you would in the other circumstance. You don't have the say so. You can still make the money, but it's not going to be all your way, or it might not be any your way. And that's how it is. And those are the type of things that Jaylen Brown is doing with his various platforms, his roles. He's saying, why are we giving you anything if you're not going to be there when the going gets tough? It's a fair question. If you're buying me all this stuff and showing up to my house and telling me all these things when the going is good, why aren't you picking up my phone calls when I'm in financial distress? Yeah, he's speaking on those things. Additionally, Jaylen Brown said, no, I don't need an agent to do my contract. I have people at the union. I give them directives. They secure those directives. I get my contract done. Is that a threat to an established industry? If it maybe, like this whole thing about NIL and how it's, because the players get their market value. Meanwhile, coaches are making the same, if not more, with guaranteed contracts. Is that an issue? Are college coaches having guaranteed contracts an issue? Are college coaches having more influence at a university, an academic institution, than goes beyond sports? Is that an issue? Are you willing to give back as a coach that influence? Then don't talk to me about the players that have influence in similar ways, if you're not willing to give back your influence. Right? JB speaking on these things, looking for improvements in these areas, and now you're going to try to shush him? Absolutely not. But beyond that, now the Celtics, an organization in a city that's known for research, known for development, known for intellectualism, that is now privileged to have an intellectual, right? But you're going to have to now deal with this intellectual. And it's not going to be because of how this has gone down, which is the wrong way. Meaning Brad Stevens said at the press conference, at the end of the season, I'm not afraid to make big deals. It might not have been Brad Stevens' cup of tea that some of the things JB said, but he's going to say them. And he has a right to say them. And that he can be, in my view, JB can have his Twitch account. Just like all these other players have he can do that. He has a level of cachet being a max player that I can. Draymond has his pod, yeah. And you're just going to have to deal with it. You're going to have to deal with it. And it's not going to be the tone and the tenor that you would prefer, Mr. Chisholm, owner, and Mr. Brad Stevens, president. But it's going to be the tone and the tenor that is conducive for winning. Okay, back to it. So JB is going to be walking and talking his talk, you know what I mean? And then right? And you don't have Jrue Holiday there to mend the fences. Because let's be clear, Jason Tatum kind of is much more, even. That's not the right word. Jason Tatum is, to me, he doesn't say as much, but he senses and perceives much. So he's not going to say anything when Jaylen Brown's in here and he's got, some aggressive energy. JB's bringing some aggressive energy into the mix. He brings some aggressive energy. And I'm talking about after the free agency debacle. Prior to the free agency debacle, yeah, JB, he's always been 10 toes down on social justice issues and on community issues and on cultural issues, talking about economic disparities in wealth, talking about systemic racism that exists in law enforcement, in education, looking at the numbers. Is that pointing to somebody and saying this person is a racist? No, it's not. But it's saying objectively, okay, more and more individuals from these backgrounds have negative outcomes versus the contributions from these communities into the system. So it's not to say that certain individuals from these communities are out of line. They are and need to be dealt with in a certain way. But these other individuals in these communities are investing in the community in the process and should see the fruits of their labor. That's the argument relative to social justice that Jaylen Brown was making in word and deed to benefit the Boston community. Right? Seems that you would want somebody like that in your community and on your sports franchise. All right, two things can be true. Behind the scenes, he's going to be a tough negotiator, Mr. Chisholm and Mr. Brad Stevens. So you're going to have to take his say-so, Mr. Chisholm and Mr. Stevens. And you're going to have to give in certain areas. All right? On the other hand, JT, not necessarily involved in those matters overtly, and it's just more, he's not saying as much. But what I'm saying about Jason Tatum is these things build up. These things build up with him. And he might not say anything, but they bother him when there's this tension, this animus, this aggressiveness in the mix. They're going to bother Jason Tatum, and he's not going to say anything. And his face will be placid, but he's not happy, all right? And he's not in his best space to perform because he recognizes that the energy is not collaborative. It's not mellow, all right? It's not a all for one and one for all. That has gone out the window with how the deal has gone down. The Giannis deal, the messaging, which is why the Celtics, these things that were happening in-house, and then you put these little subliminals out there from management. We didn't need to hear these subliminals. You could have just let JB talk his talk and laid back. Brad Stevens and Chisholm. Let him talk his talk. You don't need to go, point for point in the media. Well, we would do this for Giannis and we would do that for you. We didn't need any of that. None. If the deal was going to go down, it should have happened in silence. If Jaylen Brown was traded for Giannis Antetokounmpo, would I like it? No. Would plenty of Celtics fans like it? Yes. And would the Celtics be the disaster that they are right now? No. You got Giannis. JB is off to his next location as he would have been, as he is right now. And it is what it is. I wouldn't have rocked with it. Wouldn't have thought that's enough. I would have continued to say you need Jrue Holiday. As I'm going to continue to say, you need a leader, a mediator, a moderator. And by the way, Mike Conley, as good of a locker room guy as he's going to be, is not it. Because Mike Conley at this stage of his career is not going to go out there and walk the walk like Jrue Holiday consistently did. So where we are, where the Celtics are, okay, and the steps, the kind of the layers of this, right? What it could have been, which I'll kind of finish on versus what it is. I'll finish on what it could have been, which is you bring the team back, and it's divided. Jaylen Brown's in his camp. Brad Stevens is in his camp. Jaylen Brown's in his camp. Brad Stevens is in his camp. Jason Tatum's in his camp. You got 3 different camps. Okay? And so it's going to, so JB, right? He's going to be his own, right? Him and JT, they get along, but they're not super close. So that's probably the way it's going to be. But anybody else besides JT, you come out your mouth, you're going to get some smoke. Like JB would not test JT man to man. And I would think he would have that same respect, for Tatum. I just said Tatum. For Pritchard and for Derek White, the guys that have been there. But if any of these new guys, and I'm not saying that they would, but they get out of line with JB, yeah, I'm going to check you. And he probably, I'm not going to say he would have done that before, but I think he would have come into the season with just on edge. And you know what I mean? If folks did stuff that he didn't agree with, whereas before, especially when they had Drew, that would have gotten squashed or not even thought of a second time. But now, yeah, I'm going to speak on it. And we might have a situation, which wouldn't have been a situation previously. Yes, that's how JB would have been for a time. I give him the benefit of the doubt to say over time, he, it would have just been more so he would have gone back and forth with Brad and Chisholm, and not necessarily play other players. And I don't see JB as a guy that big times, people that work, staff members, or like I think he would just probably, just not be as warm or congenial as he otherwise might have been. He's going to be a little distant now. Whereas when it was going on, when everybody was there, he'd encourage you, ask about how you're doing. You want to go get some dinner. You want to talk about this. You want to talk about that. Now I got to be distant. I got to distance myself, because, I got to be distant. So it's going to be a little colder in there, but he's not necessarily going to big time people, but if you came at him the wrong way, he would check you. He would check you. Okay. JT, they could talk it out. Again, Derek White, they can talk it out. And that JT's probably not going to come out him because he knows him. So he's not going to approach him the wrong way because he already knows the way it's going to go down. But it's going to be divided and it's going to be tense. And you know what? You're going to be winning basketball games. You bring back JB, it's divided, it's tense. You created a portion of this circumstance, Mr. Brad Stevens and Mr. Chisholm. And yes, JB is responsible for some of it as well, because nobody wants to give. All right? So there was, a certain level of division once the season concluded. And then the Giannis thing, enforce that division, put those cracks down, 10, 15, 20 feet now deep. Now you got some notable divisions, but you still have you got notable divisions that you're going to have to, but you're still a championship level team with JB and JT and Derek White and Pritchard. And you just need the pieces, you already know how I feel, to put around them to get you over the top. You still have a championship team. Okay, so that was no, we can't do that. That's too cumbersome for us to deal with those social circumstances. That's my view, folks. You could have dealt with those social circumstances. Would obviously Jaylen Brown's not happy. Tatum wouldn't have been happy either because he wants it to be mellow. But you could work with Tatum to convince him that this is better than where he is now, which is all by himself. And you're saying, well, now we have a guy that can work with Tatum that is comfortable being a number, a second option. And so it's going to be more peaceful. It's going to be more collaborative. Folks, if I'm Paul George, did I sign up to play with Jason Tatum in Boston? Or did I sign up to play with Joel Embiid in Philly? Can we factor that in? Does Paul George even want to be here? I'm going to say no, he doesn't. If he wanted to be, right, maybe, obviously there's been some conversation that's been had. He's still got 2 years left on his deal. He could have stayed in Philly, right? Philly's got the making, Philly's better than Boston. So I could have stayed in Philly where I wanted to go in the first place on a better team and competed. That doesn't sound too bad to me. Now, okay, I got to go to Boston on a worse team in a city that, do I want to be in Boston? I'm not convinced that PG is overjoyed to be in Boston. I'm convinced that he's going to be more laid back because, frankly, he's just collecting $100 million in the next 2 years with no expectation of winning. So, Bradley Beal, no trade clause, getting all my money. I'm good. So I'll collect my checks, whether I want to be here or not. And I'm not going to, I'm just going to fly under the radar. All right. So it's going to be more calm and peaceful while you're losing. Calm, peaceful, losing. Yeah, Paul George. I mean, ain't nothing to do with this, I might try to force my way out to go to a contender. I might not. I mean, my money's guaranteed. But then I'm JT now, and I'm okay. You're gonna give me Trey Murphy and Trey Murphy. Folks are saying, Brad Stevens, he's not done dealing. He has something up his sleeve. I'm not seeing it. If he had that up his sleeve, why wasn't it done in conjunction with the Jaylen Brown move? Why wasn't it done before the Jaylen Brown move? Well, that would have put them over the salary. Okay, but you already know you're going to move Jaylen Brown additionally. So you can have the salary that can put you into the second apron. And, capologists can rock with me on this. Could Brad Stevens have made the move that he really wanted to make and then still made the move for we'll have to look at the calendar in terms of when you can trade, when you can't trade. But that would make more sense for me. Make the deal to bring Trey Murphy in. Okay, now you're into the second apron. All right. With the because this Paul George deal, I mean, you could make, if I'm Philly, I'm taking this deal any day of the week and twice on Sunday. If I'm Philly, like, we can make this deal now. We can make this deal in 2 weeks. I'm always going to take this deal. A couple firsts, a couple seconds, and a player who is not one of our top 3 players. I give you a couple first round picks, as in 2, not 2, not a couple, 2. 2 first rounders, 2 second rounders, and our 4th best player for Jaylen Brown. So I'm taking this deal if I'm Philly. So why not, folks that say Brad has something else up his sleeve, why not pull that off first to reassure Jason Tatum and give the fan base a glimmer of hope rather than doing the easier deal first that makes you less of a team, and now, right, and again, as we move on, where is the, you saying that we want Trey Murphy? Never mind, if I'm New Orleans, I'm not trying to part ways with my young core. But all right, you want Trey Murphy? I need a bag, right? You're going to overpay now for him since I know that you want him, and I'm under no obligation to release him. Not making dollars, not making sense to me. All right. Okay, but that is where it stands, folks. That's what it is. Okay. A couple more things, and then we're going to get into slice of life. We're going to take these things in order. Okay. Needs to be. Okay. All right. How we doing out there, folks? I know on East Coast it's late, but hey, passion project. Summertime. It is what it is. Left Coast is getting a little bit later, but approaching the new day on the left coast. Okay. So before we get to slice of life, I got to address the commentary that's been made by our leading sports analysts, sports broadcasters. Doesn't get any bigger than Stephen A. Smith. Okay, somebody I have a tremendous amount of respect for. Somebody has earned his place and role in the culture. Going back to the Philadelphia Inquirer, right? Talking about his book, Straight Shooter. I listened to it. Spoke to me. I'll listen to it again. It's well written. It's well delivered. And he has those. He's the guy. He adds value. He's not where he's at for no reason. And then he's one of these grinders. That's always. He has first take. Stephen A. Smith show. He does all the basketball productions. I mean, he's going. Which he has success and is still hungry. Okay. Right? So now we have this take, which I vehemently disagree with. I don't care that the Lakers happen to be white. Luka Doncic is one of the best players on the planet. Nikola Jokic is one of the best players on the planet. And speaking of which, that another component that comes into this whole idea of three white dudes, folks, where we need to deconstruct this. Okay, so I talked about, you call Bobby Hurley a white dude, call Danny Hurley a white dude, you might get the taste slapped out of your mouth. You call Bobby Hurley Sr. a white dude, you will get the taste slapped out of your mouth. Rightfully so. What do you mean? What is that implying? That I'm privileged? That I'm soft? That I'm entitled? Right? What do we imply when you say white dude? That this person is not hardworking, that they are not intelligent, that they're not deserved. What are you implying? I don't. That's to begin with, and I've given you two principal examples. Okay, based on the fact that I was privileged to have bought the Miracle of St. Anthony's from Borders when they went out of business some years ago. Read it cover to cover. Outstanding book. Highly recommended. Check it out on Audible. Read it cover. You won't be disappointed. But I thought that Bobby Hurley was some privileged kid because he was white and went to Duke. Learned that he's from Jersey City, man. Tough. Blue collar, right? Played for St. Anthony's. Okay? Yes, they were a great road team, right? Because they didn't have a home gym to play in. They practiced at an old bingo hall, the White Eagle. All right? Arguably the greatest high school team in history. Natural high school team. Bobby Hurley, Jimmy Walker, Terry DeHare, all Americans. Co-MVP of the 1989 McDonald's All-American game. Who did he share that honor with? Shaquille O'Neal. All right? Bobby Hurley got the doors blown off of him by UNLV in 90 as a freshman. Took it to UNLV in 91, as a sophomore, then won it again against Kansas in 92. Lost in the Elite Eight as a junior in 93. Grant Hill would bring Duke back to the championship in 94. Almost single-handed. Bobby Hurley's a white dude. Bobby Hurley, in the one game that the Dream Team lost, the story goes on and on and on and on, all right, was giving the pros the business. The business. Yeah, white dude Bobby Hurley Jr. The business. The Dream Team. On which Chris Mullin, what are we talking about here? Mully Mull from BK, what are you even saying here? Larry Bird, Pride of French Lick, what do we... And so, the connotation I'm not buying, white dude. You mean absolute 5-star, perennial all-star, first ballot Hall of Famer, Chris Mullin? You mean Bobby Hurley Jr., all-time leader in assists in NCAA history, back-to-back NCAA champion, career taken from us because he was hit by a driver under the influence after 7 games in the NBA. So his career, which was on trajectory, dude was it. We never got a chance to see that, unfortunately. Then he bounced back from that to rebuild himself into a Division I coach. Yes, I know ASU's been going through their ups and downs. I don't feel he should have been let go. I know he's going to get another job somewhere, possibly going and working with his brother as an assistant before getting his own gig. Solid coach. He built that up for himself from scratch, starting as in the lower ranks in college. And I know Danny, who started as a high school coach at St. Benedict's. White dude. Meaning what? And then the other component of this that has to be noted, folks, is that, when you talk about a Luka Doncic, you're talking about a Nikola Jokic, right? These European players, you saw him white. Listen, folks, these European players that grew up in Soviet bloc nations, okay, nations that were previously behind the Iron Curtain, okay, folks, okay, and this is something that David Simon in masterpiece The Wire brings out. You want to talk about white dude. Talk about Sergey. who we're going to have to get for you in a second. Not that he's the only example. That's not, every European individual. I want to be clear on that in terms of, right? Every Europe, is not necessarily affiliated with, Sergey the Wire. He's a part of a organized crime syndicate. But the point that I want to bring up when you're talking about your white dudes, and you need to be careful, right? White person, a person of European descent that was born in America. Okay, all right. What are we talking? Irish American, Italian American, German American, Scottish. What's the background, right? We're melting pot here. Okay, and then you talk about their, origin story, right? Somebody that's Irish American, they go back to the Great Potato Famine in the middle of the 19th century. Are we talking about privilege when we're talking about an entire country being in famine conditions where they have to leave so they can put food on the table? Is that privilege? Okay, Italian, American. They could have been living in Italy during the Second World War under a fascist dictator. Is that privilege? And likewise, when we're talking about European players that are first generation from Europe, Jokic, Doncic, folks, these European, Eastern Bloc or what, but these European countries that lived through the Cold War, we're talking about rations. We're talking about food shortages. We're talking about the wealth in this nation for any strata far surpasses the resources in these Eastern or these European countries. So yeah, those dudes who happen to be of European descent, they don't have what it takes to win a championship when they're coming from backgrounds in this country. If you're talking about the Bobby Hurleys or Christian Laettners of the world, shout out to Jersey City, shout out to Buffalo, or out of this country. If you're talking about countries that endured the Cold War, okay, outside of the capitalist wealth boom, they don't have what it takes. Okay, beyond foolish. That misconception. Now, let's be clear here. Stephen A. Smith, talented, capable, top of the line, all due respect. But we're going to call a spade here for somebody who I have the deepest respect for. This take is ridiculous and offensive. All in one. Okay, these three white dudes, any white dudes at the NBA level that are playing at a high level can win a championship. Okay, based on the work that they've put in to get to that level. All right, they're no lesser, they're no greater, they're ball players like everybody else. All right, and they earn a championship, then that's what it is. And it's well within the realm of possibility. Okay. Before we move over to Slice of Life, folks. Okay, so Colin Cowherd, said this after Stephen A. Smith, came through with his bombastic take. Well, there may be something to that. Stephen A. Smith goes too far relative to white players. He did. Next thing you know, Colin Cowherd's going too far when it comes to African American players. I see a domino effect there. I do. Okay. Would Colin have said what he said had Stephen A. not said what he said? I don't know. He most certainly said it after Stephen A. Smith said, but I don't know if he would have said it before. I don't. I see a possible domino effect. That's poor verbiage. I see a domino effect here. Period. Okay, so now Colin, with this idea that it's a disease that Jalen Brunson thinks that he's the smartest guy in the room. Again, Colin built his show up at Fox, flagship show at Fox. Many years in the business, worked for ESPN, successful there. He's, not afraid to switch things up and take chances and bank on himself. The volume, he platforms a number of individuals, including Draymond Green, that are very successful. So he's innovative, dynamic, the whole 9 yards. Okay. This is preposterous. Preposterous. Okay. As well as being insulting. So let's take both of these things together. All right. Jaylen Brown thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. Do you need to be smart to be the vice president of the NBA Players Association? Okay, tasked with representing close to 400 of your peers and addressing the serious deficiencies as relates to wealth preservation amongst NBA professional athletes and, frankly, all professional athletes. What is the point of having a dream job and making generational wealth if you're only going to squander it? What is the point of winning the lottery? I think the statistics are the same, about 70%. What's the point of winning the lottery if you're going to end up broke at the end of that? Would you have rather just been working class your entire life and, been working class and saved some money and given those skills and perspectives to the next generation, or been working class, then been unimaginably wealthy and then been back to being working class? Which would you prefer? Okay, so Jaylen Brown is trying to counteract that incredible seesaw, that incredible roller coaster that has gone on seemingly since time immemorial, with professional basketball players in particular making generational wealth, playing the game, sacrificing their body, squandering that generational wealth, and then ending up right back where they started. Do we need intelligentsia? Do we need focus, reason, concentration, higher order thinking skills for that incredible task? Or should we just be dumb as a doorknob and then take on that task, Colin Cowherd? I ask you. How about the Theus Foundation? And the initiatives that Jaylen Brown has pioneered here in the city, here in the Commonwealth, specifically in the city of Boston, but also in the surrounding towns and communities, relative to education, relative to financial literacy, relative to economic empowerment, relative to social justice. Again, do you need to have any sort of intelligence, any sort of mental competency to dive into those challenging those fundamental social categories? Or again, should you just be stone stupid? I mean, am I at Colin? Jaylen Brown's own fortune, $300 million contract, hundreds of millions of dollars. Should he manage and invest those funds to produce generational wealth for his family and for the philanthropic causes that he support, or should we just squander it to make you feel better, or other people make themselves feel better about themselves? Right? Because that's what a take like this, as well as, it's outlandish, it's infuriating. Okay? It's both of those things. But what it goes further to speak to, folks, is Are you saying, Colin Cowherd, that, okay, so Jaylen Brown, dumb it down. Let's continue to repeat these cycles of oppression. I said what I said. If 70% of the individuals, if 70% of your workforce is broke 5 years after leaving your workforce, thereby remaining dependent on whatever it is you decide to give them, right? So it's bad for the individual, and they do need to take some accountability in this because they did squander the money, right? It's bad for the individual, but it does provide more power and influence to the organization itself, correct? Bad for the individual, but more power and influence for the individual, right? Is that what Colin Cowherd would prefer? Jaylen Brown, dumb it down. NBA players, dumb it down. We don't need you. We need you to shut up and dribble. We need you to just do what we tell you to do. Okay? We need you to take this generational wealth and give it right back to us. That's what we need for you to do. So that you can remain dependent. Another way of saying that is subservient on to us. Us being the NBA organization, right? That particular corporation, within a multitude of corporations. Right? I'm looking for like the next, or if it, is there a next point that Colin Cowherd is going to add to his statement that it's viewed as a disease, that Jaylen Brown has the gall to believe he's the smartest person in the rooms that he's in. Right? Colin Cowherd, intelligent, successful, hungry, right? He's not satisfied with, he's looking for, ways to continue to evolve, and right, he's not content, he's hungry, right? So just so that we're clear, but again, I want to know where he's going with the take. I haven't seen any, I clipped a number of things, but I haven't seen, got to make sure I follow the herd. I'm pretty sure I do, but I'm going to double check that I follow the herd. Okay. Make sure that I'm following the herd, which I believe that I am. Follow a couple other of, yep. I'm following the herd. Again, YouTube is all sorts of hitting you. It's like 15 interesting in all varieties. Okay. It's just religious, political, social, cultural. I just wanted to make sure I was following the herd, which I am. Colin Cowherd had a little silence there, but let's get this straightened out. Okay. Jaylen Brown, it's a disease. He thinks he's the smartest guy in every room that he enters. I got you. So when somebody exhibits hubris, shout out to the Odyssey, Matt Damon in the film. Like to see that, right? When somebody exhibits hubris, also known as excessive pride, an overstatement of their competencies, and an overvaluation of their competencies and an undervaluation of the competencies of those around him. Right? So when somebody has this tendency, doesn't that make it more advantageous for those around that individual who overstates their ability to sidestep, okay, what this individual is promoting and focus more intently on objectives and goals that are going to benefit the whole? Meaning, right, it's better to be thought a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. It's better to be thought a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. If somebody is spouting off and proclaiming and knows this, knows that, and is wildly inaccurate, consistently off, and that's been clearly established, then why do I continue to listen and devote time, energy, brain power, so on and forth, rather than, okay, I'm hearing what you're saying, all right, but I'm not devoting as much time, right? What did Mark Zuckerberg say? Shout out to the social network, right? You have some of my time. You have the least amount, okay? The rest of my, no, you said attention. You have some of my attention. You have the least amount. The rest of my attention is at the offices of Facebook, where nobody in this room, including and especially your clients, right? So, Mr. Colin Cowherd, Jaylen Brown, first of all, take is incorrect. You know, that he believes he's the smartest person in every room that he's in. So, again, not being from the Commonwealth. So Jaylen Brown goes to MIT. He's rubbing elbows with the likes of the Noam Chomskys, and he walks into Noam Chomsky's office because he has those credentials and privileges, and all of a sudden believes, by the way, Noam Chomsky left MIT and he's now at the University of Arizona. Noam Chomsky getting up there in the age, but still contributing. But you see what I'm saying? You walk into somebody of that capacity's office, somebody like a Noam Chomsky, who is an expert in linguistics, and all of a sudden now believes that I now know more about linguistics, the study of languages, than this MIT professor. Nonsense. It's not how JB gets down. Okay, along with that, folks, if this how Jaylen Brown was comporting himself, which it wasn't, as far as I'm concerned, okay, then beyond the deep offense that apparently Colin Cowherd and others felt relative to how Jaylen Brown carries himself, why wouldn't you take a step back if someone was overstating their capabilities? Why wouldn't you just take a step back and focus more diligently on whatever it is that you're trying to accomplish? Why wouldn't you take that approach rather than focusing all your time on this individual's supposed, alleged overconfidence? I don't know. I don't know. All right, so we needed to touch on those two things from two of our leaders in the sports media space. I had to touch on those two things. Okay, guys, episode's gone a little bit longer. It is what it is. We got to do the passion project while we have time to do said project, and we're getting going into late night hours. But hey, We are going in. Okay, but we're going to take a look. Just take a look again what a couple of folks say. Shout out to the panel. I rock with the panel and the whole crew. But let's take a look at the JB trade vis-a-vis the panel. Hold on. I got to get the production. I'm ahead of myself here. I'm ahead of myself, and I got to make sure that yeah. All right, so let's wrap slice of life. Here we got the panel. Go ahead.
Like that got better, but I feel like the Sixers got much better. I look at the Celtics like compared to last year, not compared to years before, just last year. This team that the Celtics are going to put on the floor is a little better. All around, they're a little better for all the reasons that we just spoke about. Mitchell Robinson, Jason Tatum, Paul George, I think they got a little better, right? Oh, and don't forget Mike Conley being in the locker room too. But the other thing for me is that the 76ers got way better. I feel like that got better, but I feel like the Sixers got much better. I look at the Celtics like compared to last year, not compared to years before, just last year. This team that the Celtics are going to put on the floor is a little better. All around, they're a little better for all the reasons that we just spoke about. Mitchell Robinson, Jason Tatum, Paul George, I think they got a little better, right? Oh, and don't forget Mike Conley being in the locker room too. But the other thing for me is that the 76ers got way better. I feel like that got better, but I feel like the Sixers got much better.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, Mitchell Robinson, Paul George, how it fits. I know Mitchell Robinson's happy he got his money. I don't know if he's thrilled that he's leaving New York. Paul George, I don't know if you know, they're both getting their money, so I know they're happy about that. Okay, they'll be good teammates. They'll be low key if that's but I don't feel this team is better than the team before. I don't. Okay, let's take a look. It's taking a second or three to load. Come back, try it again. Okay, good. Finally loaded up. And so, yeah. Brad stepped to the forefront. He was honest. I take him, that he is, meaningful person in all our lives and certainly mine. Right? Talk about how it went in the background. Brad conducted himself in a professional fashion.
When did things go left in those talks with him? And was any of that a factor in whether you felt urgency to move on from him?
It was not a factor in the urgency. I will say we had several talks. If he feels that way, then, I'm sorry about that. I am genuinely, because he's a meaningful person in all of our lives and certainly mine. We had a lot of open discussions about here or elsewhere. Even I would say he and at least his agent were well aware of even teams that had the most cursory of interest. At least that was well communicated, or at least communicated. And so we tried to do that to the best of our ability. As things get further down the line, it's complicated to ultimately get over the finish line with any deal. I'm sorry that he would feel that way.
From your perspective, when did things go left?
Do you regret how this all went down?
Yeah, I don't know how much of that is avoidable in this day and age. I've done a pretty good job of staying off of all the social media, probably rightfully so, for the last few days. When it was first being bannered about, the different teams that we're interested in, there were several that never even really called. It's hard to tell what's a rumor and what's real unless you're on the phones. I will say that that's just a hard thing to navigate and manage. So you do your best you can at being upfront before that could possibly happen, which was, again, we talked a couple of times in early June, and And then again, if I didn't do a great job with it, I think we'll probably both have different versions of that, of what those conversations looked like. But I do think then that's what I would regret, because not necessarily for any other reason why I like Jalen.
Do you regret how this all?
Another strong answer. Honest. Right? Okay. When you're in it, you're in it. The ticket, right? So you have the business side of it in terms of, this is business, right? Teams are going back. And then you have the personal side of it. I don't doubt, Jalen was offended, and so I don't doubt that his communication and comportment with Brad Stevens and the Celtics was tense. Well, that's not the right word of saying it. Okay. Was his communication, this became, the room went from being warm to cold, right? To just pure brass tacks business, which is challenging when you've had close relationships on a personal level. But yeah, from Jalen's standpoint, and then now to Brad, this was just cold cut business. And everybody is operating purely in their own self-interest and not necessarily concerned about the other's self-interest. Right? So those are challenging conversations. They're stern conversations. All right. And that's how it went down. Couple more, JB. His impact here. These are taking some time to load. Yes. I guess this means you're the smartest. You think you're the smartest guy in the room to some people. When you're proud of where you come from and you think critically and you think for yourself. Also known as being the smartest guy in the room.
I'm excited to be here. Today, I'm going to be talking about breaking panopticism. Michel Foucault, a French philosopher in 1975, in their work Discipline and Punish, talked about panopticism. She based it off of a prison design. It was a prison design with a watchtower in the middle of the prison. And this theory was that by putting the watchtower in the middle, the prisoners would police themselves because they're under surveillance. In the digital age, the watchtower has transferred. You can police platforms and algorithmically influence society with the technology that you can control. Bots, comments, positive comments, or negative comments could affirm whatever agendas that they want to push. A lot of us are addicted to social media. We don't even know it. The rewarding feeling of getting likes can cause addiction. And the opposite of that can cause the opposite, anxiety. I'm excited to be here today.
All right. So Jaylen Brown taking his time to engage young people about the realities of the world they're living in. Okay. But he's too smart, or thinks he's too smart, because he's investing in his community and addressing the current matters of the day. Okay, we can just take a look at one of the comments before we go. My team, let's be real, didn't want a dark-skinned black man who thinks for himself, who always shows up to work, won Eastern Conference Finals MVP, who's also very educated. Literally the ideal idol of how other races want us. One comment, again, for me, there's a lot to be praised and applauded about this contribution and how he's using his platform. I don't see much downside. Okay.
Coming down from the ownership group that you guys needed to alleviate some pressure with the cap?
No, absolutely not. I mean, this was all about basically trying to win, and I mean, I think really trusting in our process. We have the best front office in the NBA, and they put in their work and they came to the conclusion this was the best way for us to win, and that's the mandate, is to win. And I just have to keep saying that. There's no, we'll spend whatever it takes to do that. The mandate is to win, and Brad and his team came with a recommendation. This is the way we're gonna win. And I looked at it and I had the same reaction. I was like, wow, this is the fan in me. Like, it was really tough. And then recognizing, and I said this, back in the fall, like, I recognize that I have accountability and I'm accountable for it. Brad's accountable to me for it, and his team's accountable to him. But the mandate here was to win. And this, we came to the conclusion. They convinced me this was the best way for us to win, and I got there. I did, but it was hard. It was really hard. And I, I recognize this is a big move, and frankly, I didn't anticipate it would happen this fast in our ownership, but we are.
Again, and we'll stop there. Right, we've talked about it. We've gotten the different views in those clips. And there's more. There's clearly more to delve into. But credit and respect to Chisholm and Stevens for stepping out front. For answering questions. 40 minutes press. They it was a robust conversation. It was a real and an honest conversation. So that's huge. That's huge. And you can see that they're feeling it. They understand. Okay. Right. They understand that this, the magnitude of what's been done and the impacts. And now we'll see where we go from here. Genie's out of the bottle, can't go back. We'll see. But, them stepping, out and, that's important. That goes a long way, right? But based on the other clips that we've seen, folks, the Celtics have a long way to go because of these decisions and where they were versus where they are. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Thank you so much. SandCity.